Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you joining us. We apologize for missing the previous fortnight, but it was kind of a summer holiday for a lot of people, and many people were out of town. But we're back on our regular schedule here, and we hope everybody had a great summer. This is a show. Hello, everyone, and thank you.
Oh,
That was my mistake. I apologize. I thought I had that closed, but I had a second one open.
You're out of the atheist club. No.
All right, I'll be right back.
That's funny since I kind of run an organization. That's hilarious. So I'm just going to go ahead and proceed. We're a group of people who are not quite sure that a god or a goddess exists, and we're always open to people presenting some kind of an argument to try to convince any of us that that is the case. And here is our panel of atheists and one deist. So, we have, first of all, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her channel is at www.youtube.com/Amy Newman. Tom Jump is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and recently he's had some politicians on his channel as well. T-Jump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show, who joins us from time to time as well. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has a particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. He does in-depth debates on his YouTube channel, which is too difficult to read here, so you will find it linked in the description of our YouTube video. Everybody's links are there. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, and societal divides that they create, and how these divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JLWarren. That's spelled W-A-R-R-E-N. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the founding president of an organization called the Canadian Atheists. I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. Production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Raw's channel, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. That's spelled G-O-N-N-A-G-O-F-O-R-I-T. And Taco, our organizer of this event, is our number one Discord debater who has never lost a single Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and thank you for all who are on the panel today. Some of our other panelists will show up later, and it looks like I'm going to leave this to Taco, hand this over to him, because there is, looks like people in our audience queue ready to join us.
Yeah, I see Miril in queue, so I'll go ahead and get Miril pulled up here.
Awesome.
Good morning, Miril. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
I love you guys. Like, I listen to you guys every time I come here. I like your channel. I like Jefferson Spatchcock. It's good to, have an opportunity to talk to you guys.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We do get that kind of feedback from time to time. We do get some bad feedback as well, and we take it all seriously.
Hey, Jill, I love your channel too. Thanks for introducing me to the world of horror movies.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much for checking it out.
Yeah. So I want to ask you guys, looking at American politics, growing intolerance, how extremism on the rise. How do we get through to millions of Americans still living in the Bible, but still living, who are still irrational? They have this, like the minute we put any rational argument, they feel as if they're personally attacked. Their daily hillbillies are attacked. How do we get through them? Like literally, like maybe like anti-abortion activists, or people who are anti-vaxxers, or people who are like who use the Bible as a way to mandate rules for others. Like how do we get through them? Like we can't, like, since we're secular, we have to abide by tolerance. And
well, the society that we live in is an exchange society, is a democratic exchange society, and the best way to operate within that society and maintain the social order without destabilizing everything or just hitting people with sledgehammers is education. That's first and foremost, because people, fear comes from what we don't understand. But I don't think there's anybody on the stage or anybody in the audience that would disagree with theist or non-theist, or theist or atheist, who would disagree with that. Fear comes from a lack of understanding, or a lack of understanding something. Fear of the unknown is what it comes from.
like, do you remember like this incident where like there was this pastor?
So the objective. One second, Meryl. So the objective would be, first and foremost, education, appropriate education, and that's where I see the majority of the failings coming down. Is when these kinds of opinions that you're talking about, these like biblical stuff like that, individuals like this determining what is appropriate to teach and what is not appropriate to teach, and that's where it's problematic. Now, of course, there are other issues as well, but I think education is where we should begin. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but our education is secular. It's not like it's not agnostic. Or what I'm saying is, like, we tend to respect all religions, and like then we give space for people to practice a religion. Like, then how does this go away? Like, if we're secular, right?
Because with education, we can teach individuals the difference between that which is imaginary and that which is real. We can teach people to be intellectually honest. We can teach people not what to think, but how to think, how to critically analyze information, how to critically analyze evidence, how to get to the bottom of a thing. We can teach people because the vast majority, I think the vast majority of the people on the stage would agree with me.
I feel a lot of these people, have heavily invested their time and effort into this. I think it's a sunk cost fallacy thing, where they invest so much of time into religion, they don't want to critically analyze their beliefs. Like they'll just
they don't, but that comes from being afraid. That comes from fearing something. It's either fear of the responsibility that comes with recognizing that there is nothing like directing life, or that there is no inherent purpose to everything around us, that we have to determine these things. There's a lot of responsibility that comes along with that, and when people are faced with that responsibility and the weight of of their humanity, and recognizing that they are responsible for not only their actions but their inactions as well, then that can send people running and screaming to a God that tells them everything's going to be okay, it's all planned, all is good, everything's going to work out just fine. So there's a psychological utility there. The problem is that it's predicated on being afraid of things. It's predicated on thinking that we're special. So when we teach people, when we educate them appropriately on how to think, on how to do these things, that is where that's where we'll get the most advantage. Because once an individual has been taught how to think and how to approach things, not what to think, but how to approach things correctly, and how to actually apply critical analysis, that's when you see the best effects. That's when you see that. And because you get once. And I'm going to hold on to it because it doesn't cost me anything not to hold on to it. They recognize that they can't prove. They're not going to run around screaming that this is true and y'all should believe it too. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be something personal for them, and that's great. They can hold on to that as long as they're not trying to influence legislation and influence kids with it.
And I also don't think that it's going to survive the internet. I think that This tends to be the atheist stomping grounds because when you get information, that religion tends to die, and I think that's going to become exponential as we move forward.
Excellent point, Amy. Yes, the internet, the speed of information at which we can literally you carry a brick around in your pocket that gives you access to like all the information on the planet, like the history,
Exactly.
like all the knowledge of human history is literally in your pocket. You know, that's inconceivable at a time when gods were being thought up and created. So now that you have that, now all you have to do is use it and keep researching, keep hunting, keep searching. And once we teach people that, to not be afraid of that, and what
What about political influence? Literally, like a couple of months ago, so I saw a video where a pastor was actually preaching how to vote Democrat is to be like you're not a good Christian if you vote Democrat.
Okay,
and people were cheering.
It's the same thing.
No action. Like shouldn't
miril. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's education again. Because if you don't teach people how to look at a party objectively, how to look at what a political representative. If you look at politics as this kind of like with just like this broad stroke, then you're not going to get a sense of what politics is about. You have to get into the deep nuances of individuals, of each individual in and of themselves. Once people, like I said, once we've educated people on how to think, then people can critically analyze political representatives and ensure that they are voting for what they are saying. Is this person like an outright liar? Are they a grifter? And this is how we avoid people like, number 45 getting into office, is because people will be able to like look at that and understand what's really going on. The problem is that we have a real fear. There is a real pervasive fear of education in this country. And because of that, it's because the more you know, the more it challenges what you believe. And so now it's turned into this whole thing where opinion is more valid than fact. So
this is where American public education sucks. Like
yes, agreed.
It's not teaching kids to analyze critically. It's just a place where they do bare minimum to pass state. Gives people just an opportunity to grades and tests. There's no I used to hear a lot of debates when I was a kid. Now there's no debates. There's no confrontation of the views you have.
Right. It all comes down to education, because with education comes comes understanding. With understanding comes a lack of fear. With a lack of fear, and if you want to go like the whole Yoda thing, fear leads to hate leads to the dark side. For all of our Star Wars fans here, but it comes with understanding, with education, with knowing how to think, and with that education, with the ability to know how to think, comes greater understanding. With that understanding comes wisdom, and wisdom eliminates fear because you understand it and you can grasp it. With no fear, there's no reason to hate. With no hate, there's no reason to be adversarial. So it all comes down to teaching people it is okay to not know something. Not knowing something is not a weakness. Not knowing something is a strength, because it gives you the opportunity to know something new and to improve and to expand your horizons. So we have to get out of this mentality. And how do we get out of that mentality of people believing that not knowing something is a weakness? Because we teach them how to think and not what to think. So it all comes down to education. Teachers are the front line.
I don't know, like Americans are so obsessed with non-trivial topics like abortion and I know then fixing their education system, probably paying their teachers more, having more qualified teachers, at least a master's.
Well, they are focused on the education system. Have you not seen the news? I literally saw a Reddit post yesterday of a teacher who had like one of those rainbow gay pride heart, not gay pride, but you know what I'm talking about, one of those rainbow hearts.
Yeah.
They had one of those up on the wall, and then they had something else that supported another group. I don't remember what group of people. But they had two things supporting two groups of people, just small things at the top of the room, and they circled them, and they're like, I can't believe this. That's the society we live in. There's these religious people calling out teachers for that, not making them want to teach our children.
like California is planning to like build low I don't know, cheap housing next to schools to attract like teachers, because like people don't want to be teachers anymore. This is a kind of like country we live in. Like it's underpaid.
Yeah, the disrespect to our teachers is an it's abominable. I mean,
it's about the outrage.
People, so often you want to hear certain groups in this country talk down about Mexico. Mexico as a country treats their teachers like they're royalty. They get paid way more, by comparison than teachers get paid here, and it's absolutely ridiculous. It's because they understand that education that it should come first. Teaching kids how to think, not what to think. And that's it. I mean, there are other countries that get this, and for some reason we can't. But then you see, like, the defunding of schools. And now there is a concerted effort in this country to basically get kids out of public school and get them into online classrooms only. What does this do? What does this do for children, getting them out of public school, public education? Because, for whatever reasons, but, it basically, if you defund public education, then kids are forced to take online classes. And sure, that sounds like it would be a good thing. Kids can be at home, they can be with their families, and there are some positives there, but there's some big time negatives there as well. One, social interaction. Children need their peers, and they need to be in constructive environments or structured environments in order to learn how to engage with others. And competition is also a good thing as well. The problem is that you need that social interaction, but you also need the ability for the child to be outside of an environment that is predicated towards a particular belief system. If you think that every child being homeschooled by their parents, you think that those parents are trained to not allow their personal bias to influence what they teach their kids, and all they have to do is just check the boxes on a curriculum to say, yep, my child has done this, child has done this, here's all the appropriate paperwork, but the kid walks away with a biased understanding of what they've learned. But that's not reflected in the paperwork that's turned in for the homeschooling parent. So that's what's problematic. And then because you'll notice in the news, every time a teacher pops up trying to espouse their own personal beliefs, they get shut down very quickly, because that's a bad thing.
Homeschooling jail. You know what they teach their children?
Huh.
They teach their children with books that say that evolution is fake and that special creation is real.
Right.
And that they teach that a scientific theory is just a colloquial theory.
Good.
As a former homeschooled social conservative myself, I can vouch for that. And the weird thing about those books, there used to be two big heavy hitters for homeschool publications. There was ACE was one, and I think they might go by a different name now. And then Abeka was another big publisher for books. And rather than become back when the language was a little bit quieter about denying things like evolution and stuff like that, they treated it like it was a controversy. And now, if you look at some of the books now, they've firmly planted their flag on like science denialism side of things. They've gone harder core and in some circles. So if people get into homeschooling, because I mean there's different ways to get into homeschooling. There's obviously remote schooling through different schools and alternative things like that are going to use kind of more or less secular mainstream textbooks that are going to be grade specific. The Abeka ones, if you're a younger family and you're getting kind of like pulled into the homeschooling, for Christians, in a lot of ways, it's like a cult. When they pull the parents over into that, there's a very strong emphasis on, well, here, you're going to homeschool your kids. The reason that you're homeschooling your kids isn't necessarily to provide them a better education. The idea is that you're protecting them from the influences of Satan. So these are the books that you have to give your kids. And only these books. And if we find out that as a church, we'll help you get those books. We'll help you tell you which books to start them out with and everything. And if we find out you're using books outside of the ones that we approve of, then we're gonna chew you out. They do that shit. So, and they're still doing that stuff. I don't know if the ranks have grown, because thanks to the internet and remote learning possibilities, there's a lot more competitors to that kind of thing. But
do you think there should be a federal ban on homeschooling?
I don't.
There should
no,
be a
not
federal homeschooling curriculum
the problem
that
is that
they
too much
have to abide by.
too much of like what happened. I mean, educational issues as far as like whether when they're state controlled end up becoming these things where you end up having to deal with like what the states mandate and what the federal government mandates. I think there should be better federal standards that apply to all schools. The problem with doing that is that because the federal government isn't uniformly supplying funds to those schools, they only do it in terms of like grants or things like that for at-need schools. The states and local municipalities and counties are largely left to figure out how they're going to fund their local schools, and so that always ends up becoming this kind of like thing. If the federal government steps in and says,
How was it a good idea? Like, don't the worst neighborhoods need more funding because they need better teachers? Like, how was this a good idea from the beginning?
I agree with you. I don't think that is a good idea. I think fundamentally the problem with education in the United States is that education needs to be uniform, not uniformly, but funded from one source, the federal government, from on high. The idea that we kind of have everything budgeted so that budget constrained states have to provide for something that's as expensive as education, when it's it's in the interest of the nation as a whole. That should be funded more heavily by the federal government and less of a responsibility for those local ones, because then they start looking for easier way outs, or they can't afford to initiate. So say the federal government decides that what's necessary for kids going forward is earlier and better exposure to more modern education in STEM stuff, the science, tech, and engineering, mathematics. Well, okay, if you're going to expose kids to that earlier on, you're going to have to make sure schools have updated, lab equipment and updated, otherwise you're going to get this disparity in outcomes. What will normally happen is that the federal government will try to basically lower the bar on the federal standards so they can be applied as evenly as possible from wealthy schools to poor schools, and then the wealthy areas will be able to supply all those cool necessary opportunities that the poor schools can't. So that's sort of been the goal, is just to provide this kind of, the federal government provides a standard that's like the lowest common denominator, but then they leave it up to the states and local counties and things like that to figure out how to collect that money, which ends up becoming a thing like, lotteries pay for local schools in a lot of states, or property taxes and these kinds of things. And this creates a huge disparity in the way education turns out. And that needs to be addressed. You have to address funding. One of the things I think that gets to what Miril was talking about and what JL was talking about is that the political environment in this country for the last 30 or 40 years, and this has largely been the result of like conservative ideological elements telling people that they shouldn't expect things from their schools and they should vote for me, the Republican, because I will make sure the government stays out of your way. The first thing I do is defund schools. And then schools are designed to fail. And then the more they fail, the more I, as a Republican conservative, can point to them as an example of why public education fails. It becomes a cycle of failure that constantly reinforces my ideology, and it was never really given a chance to succeed. In places where it does get the funding and support that it needs from on high, then they do better, and students do better and have more resources, etc. But it's a way of making sure that people don't America is very good as far as political ideology in convincing other Americans not to expect anything from their government. It's been popular since even before Reagan, but Reagan made it as popular as Coca-Cola or Pepsi in this country. And it's a poisonous ideology. It's the biggest difference between the United States and Canada. This idea that we don't expect our government to do anything. It's the reason that so many Americans to this day think taxation is theft.
Yes.
Government takes
wasn't that John F. Kennedy, ask not what you do for a country, ask what you can do for a country, like.
Kind of, but I mean, that's also coming from a guy that, JFK was, now I'm pretty sure conservatives would call him like the second coming of Mao, but JFK was actually kind of a conservative, right? Like he ended up doing kind of supply side political stuff. He lowered the income tax rate on the wealthiest Americans. He essentially started what Reagan weaponized when he got in. So yeah, our ideology has always been kind of fucked up, but with the conservative ideology from Reagan forward has been, don't expect anything. Like the government isn't the cure for your problem. Government is the problem. That was Reagan's one of his most famous speeches, and they still act like this. And Christians have really internalized this. It can't be overemphasized. Christians in the United States have really internalized this message, and it became apparent in the late 70s and throughout the 80s when they started pulling their kids, especially the more fundamentalist evangelicals, pulled their kids out of the schools because, hey, they're failing anyway. The government's going to fail them, and they're a satanic influence. So why expose your kid to that when you can get these textbooks from Abeka and teach your kid from home? And that was a hell of a thing too at the time, because it's not like your kids had the ability to jump on the internet and find this stuff, right? This was before. This was a point where like taking a day trip to the library was, for some families could be a significant expense. You were really reducing your kids' access to educational resources by pulling them out of a public school system, even if it was kind of a bad school system. But it didn't stop, right? It didn't stop. But the primary motivation for that homeschooling kind of thing is based on that. But all of it is motivated by this kind of general dumb American ideological concept that education is always going to be a failure if you leave it to the government, right? And you're better off buying it yourself or whatever. So, yeah.
This was an awesome topic, but let's get back to the main topic today. Miril, thank you so much for coming up. We've got a bunch of people in the audience who want to talk about gods, so we're going to go ahead and start pulling them up. Thank you so much for coming up. Miril, you're always awesome and welcome.
That's a big, long socio-political conversation, we could have another time, but yeah, defense spending, too much defense spending. Take 10% of the defense budget, put it into infrastructure, healthcare, and education. That'll help.
So, lines, I don't know. Don, what's going on, Don?
Nothing much, man.
What do you got?
Do you think any gods exist?
Nah.
Okay, is that it?
I mean, I guess.
Do you got any goddesses? Because I've been having a chat in one of the live chats with some people who are convinced we might be able to get to like being convinced there's a goddess. Any goddesses at all?
Nah.
Damn it. All right, fine.
Yeah, we're in the same boat.
They have an OnlyFans page.
Well, take it easy. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Claire, who's been ankle biting a bit in chat.
Claire.
Hello, Claire. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us, and we're curious what you've got for us today.
Yeah, who's the biggest loudmouth, Claire?
Claire, you have your microphone turned off.
Welcome.
Oh, great. Sorry. Now we can hear you.
It's been a while since I've done that. I was saying hello to but muting myself. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say a few words about theocracy, because really, if people want social conservatism, I don't think they have a choice but to all follow the laws of God as found in the holy books, and particularly that in view of the fact that Christianity has failed. And I think this is something that's very hard for people to accept, particularly Christians who've had 2,000 years of history. And I mean, this only applies to social conservatives, obviously. If you're sexually liberated and you don't want to have children, and you can't see the point of marrying to have children or staying together to parent your children properly, then you wouldn't want, you wouldn't be interested in what God says about sexual morality.
Is this all presuming that God exists?
Yeah, you would be in favor of having a Jewish theocracy?
Oh no, the Jewish theocracy is very strict. In fact, Jews don't even want their own Torah theocracy, because the Torah has 36 capital offenses. So, I mean, I've spoken to rabbis about it, and they said, rule by rabbi would be horrible. And you can imagine the kind of, fetid atmosphere when all these rabbis competing for position would be accusing each other of having committed one of the 36 capital offenses.
Well,
so
to be fair,
it's funny. It's funny how your tone changes when you're here and when you're on a Jewish channel.
Okay, I think we're going to skip that, Peter.
I just want to point out that Sharia law has not worked. It's not a viable system, and so we can just throw out the Muslim system of politics and handling religion and government. And so then what else would you have? If we've just thrown out the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim system as being failures, what else is there?
Okay, well, just to be fair, like the religious systems as well as the non-religious systems have all suffered from the same problem, which is the human factor. Because when people have positions of power that they can attain, that they can acquire, then we start to see corruption among many people. Now, not all people are corrupt. The problem is that the majority of people who are attracted to those positions of powers, it seems, tend to be corruptible in some way, and some seem to be quite corrupt and very interested in those positions, and that's the biggest problem we have. Religion, unfortunately, in my opinion, makes it a little bit easier for people to corrupt people to get in and abuse these kinds of systems, because they get a bit of a free pass because they're religious, and people will just kind of look the other way. And it's unfortunate society has this kind of tendency, and I think that attitude needs to change. But all politicians, and religious or non-religious, need to be held to account better than what we've been doing as a species. I think that's just my opinion.
Yes,
it's hermeneutics is that there are like denominations, and why there's splinter groups off of the primary lines of thought. So when you have such subjectivity in the text, different people saying, no, you're looking at this, you're looking at it wrong, this is the context, like, no, this is the context.
Legal governmental state interpretation, of course. That's the whole point of having a theocracy. There is an ultimate.
Okay, so I understand that, but all of this is predicated on the theology that it's based upon being true. So that's where the big problem is that if you're going to say that this is what our system is because it's based on the system because the system is true, then how can you demonstrate that it is true? How can you demonstrate that Allah exists and the Quran is the word? And how can you demonstrate, where's the evidence that is true? Why should we go off of that instead of just evidence in reality?
Okay, I accept. I'm actually an agnostic.
That just means you don't know. You can be an agnostic theist.
I can't convince you can't really convince anybody who's determined to believe the opposite. You won't be able to prove physical evidence that God exists. All we can do is put forward arguments. Like we think God exists.
But Claire, wouldn't the existence of these stages and all of us up here on the stage talking with you pretty much disprove the fact that we're not? If it is true, we want to know it. That's it. If it is true, we want to do it. So assuming that we're biased against it automatically is a bit intellectually dishonest. So what you should...
You're all biased against it, and you just...
No. We're biased against... No, Claire, we're not biased.
Not allowing me
Claire, we're not biased against it. We don't accept things based on illogical or irrational arguments. Claire, we don't accept things based on... We don't accept propositions.
Allowed me to make my
Claire,
point.
Because Claire,
let's stop talking over each other, guys.
If you misrepresent
me the whole time,
Claire,
this is how you do it.
Claire, if you misrepresent us,
hey,
Claire,
both you stop one at a time. Come on.
If you, Claire,
I'm not allowed to make my point.
Claire,
because you're all talking
if you misrepresent
over me,
us,
right?
I'm going to interrupt you. This is not your stage. This is our stage. So if you misrepresent our position, I'm going to stop you, because anything that you derive from that misrepresentation is going to be incorrect.
Oh, okay, Jail, let her talk, and then address the point that she makes.
Either way, because it's all arguments.
But there is no logical argument. There is no logical argument.
For heaven's sakes!
You stop talking.
No, I haven't. I haven't even made my point. I haven't even made my point.
Then present your logical argument.
Take me off the stage.
Then present your logical argument, Claire.
So my logical argument is that there will never be physical evidence capable of convincing either side that God exists. So if theists produce scripture, say, "Ooh, somebody made it up. It was some guy who made it up. Muhammad wrote it. Moses wrote it, and then they claim that God wrote it. So we can anticipate all the arguments that atheists would use to disprove any evidence a theist might bring. So what I'm saying is that the argument, it's only arguments. So it would have to be moral arguments because, we have to consider that, it can be interpreted either way. So I'm going to use Jews as evidence of God's existence because they are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe. They've been around for so long, and without Judaism, Jews wouldn't exist. Without Jews, there would be no Jesus for Christians to worship. Without Christianity, there would be no three global empires for Westerners to claim the world. And without Christianity, there wouldn't be Islam to challenge the hegemony of the West. So we can see there is a Hegelian dialectic to it all. And who's going to win? I think it will be the people who make themselves practice marriage and family values. They would at least be able to say, I'm part of this group, and the group that I'm part of has existed for X number of years, while the atheists will die childless and have no group identity to claim to be part of. So
can I push back?
That's my argument.
The existence of God is just an argument of popularity?
No, an argument of logic. So if we are
That's
complaining
not what
about
you just
our
said.
government,
That's not what you just
No,
said.
Claire, what you just presented didn't even just because the Jews are in a particular position does not logically follow that a God exists.
The Romans we probably would have had Eastern and Western. We did have a Western Empire even before Judaism or Christianity, and I don't think Christianity really is the key mark to our society as much as it's just freedom, secular values. And I also think you can have both liberal and conservative secular values. I think that we can have value, tradition, community, family, these types of things that they give lip service for. I think we can do it better. I would point out that we do have evidence that some of these, that we know the Quran is not true. The Quran has an entire chapter called The Ant, where Solomon just talks to ants. The ants actually respond, and he gives them commands, and he laughs, and the ants do things that he commands. This did not happen. It is not historically accurate. It's not biologically accurate.
Muslims not required to believe everything in the Quran. There's no reason.
You're also a agnostic secular Quranist. I'm going to put those cards on. You actually don't believe in a God, but you think that the Quran is a good book for which it will help society. I disagree. I think secular values are going to be what push our society forward. It is the future of family values and tradition and community. And I think once these religions fall, you will see we will actually do it much better. You will have a happier conservative atheist than you will the religious version.
And this notion that atheists can't have family values is just absurd. Because I'm an atheist, and I'm an atheist. I've been married to my wife for almost 20 years. We've chosen not to have kids because we can't afford them, to give them the life that they deserve, because we're responsible for those lives. So we couldn't give them everything they need. So
atheists as a group will become extinct.
Claire.
No, because there are other people, there are other atheists that have children because they can support them.
Yeah,
they are responsible parents.
I'd like to just quickly interject here. I'm a parent as well. My wife and I have 2 kids. For the first 8 years or so, we thought we weren't going to have kids, and we eventually changed our mind. We see nothing wrong with people deciding whether or not to have kids. That's a decision of family autonomy or bodily autonomy. These things are all mixed in there. And to me, these are values that come inherently to human beings. Religion, to me, seems to deviate us from our natural inclinations. And in some ways, the religions will have things that are helpful and useful to society. But the problem is there are many things in religion that are actually also very bad for society. And so just like with reality, where we pick and choose what best suits society and suits our families and suits ourselves, the best way that we can, to me, is the superior value there. And religion shouldn't get an exemption to this. It should be where people are picking and choosing what they think is best for society and themselves and their families. And in fact, we do see this practiced often often in society. We see people even choosing religions this way. So the mistake that I think is made is to take a whole religion, say it's all good, and using that, or to take a religion, say it's all bad, and going at it that way. So it's got to be a more nuanced kind of choosing thing. And this is part of the reason why we have so many different denominations of a particular religion, because people have gone through this and then they've branched off into other things that they think are a better way to do things.
And another thing, if you look at the polls and you look at the most secular countries, those are the countries where people are the happiest. As far as as far as my country goes, for several years that has been the country where the children are most happy.
What's your country?
Netherlands.
I don't see how you can measure it. Well, what is the objective measure?
They're called happiness indexes.
Yeah.
No, but we don't really believe that, it's all skewed in favor of the government claiming that.
Okay, now you're just appealing to conspiracy.
The moment it goes against your beliefs, Claire, it's automatically a conspiracy.
We're not here to be happy anyway, are we? You think?
Yes, yes, we can be happy.
I mean,
okay, well, you can be happy and then.
And as far as I can tell, this whole notion of this whole notion of people having children just because they can, this whole go forth and multiply, or be fruitful and multiply thing, has gotten us into more trouble as far as our population goes and our use of resources go on this planet, is completely and totally antithetical to our survival as a species. Responsible parenting is what is important. People knowing when they should have kids, when they can have kids, and when they can't have kids, and when they shouldn't have kids. Okay?
They shouldn't have kids if they're not married, and the.
What does that have to do with it? What is the problem? No, I'm really curious. What is the problem that if parents are in a good relationship, what does the marriage certificate add to the whole thing? Other than just providing people in at least in my country with some benefits, tax benefits, stuff like that, benefits should one of the parents pass away. It adds absolutely nothing to the relationship.
You have no children, do you? Do you have children? You don't. So
I don't see
none that he knows of.
I don't see how this is. I don't see how this is relevant.
If you have no investment, no biological investment in the next generation, your thinking will be short-termist.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Claire, hang on a second, Peter, hang on. That's demonstrably not true, because I have a biological investment in the future, because I will be sharing this planet with the next generation. And if I don't care about the future of the planet, then I might as well just not care about myself. But I do. So I want this planet to be sustainable for me in the future, as well as everyone around me, because I share space with everybody around me. So I do have a biological investment in the future.
I want to get back to the question that I asked, because I know Claire doesn't want to answer it and just wants to deflect and go off on different tangents. I'm still curious what a marriage certificate would add to a perfectly good relationship between two or more people.
Well, it's a question I do want to answer, and I'm saying that the prison statistics will tell you that has come from fatherless homes of unmarried mothers. So
what does that have to do with
degenerate?
What does that have
Peter, let her
to
finish.
do with
Peter, let her finish, please.
Your society.
Yeah. So
sounds
again,
very much like families who shouldn't have had kids.
I'll ask you the question again, since you obviously didn't understand it. If parents, or if just people, are in a good, loving relationship, what does the marriage certificate add to that? I know you have trouble. I know you have trouble listening to a question.
You are assuming that unmarried parents do not have a higher rate of breakup.
I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you a simple question.
I don't like the answer, but it is nevertheless my answer. So it is statistically true that couples who are not married to each other, who have demonstrated no commitment to each other, are more likely to break up. And this means that the child of this union, this illegitimate offspring of these unmarried parents, will be likely to suffer the damage and abuse of living in a fatherless home, disadvantaged culturally, socially, and economically, and will be more likely
in my country. That's demonstrably wrong. It still doesn't.
And a convicted prisoner, and that is what the problem is.
So what you're saying is that if people have a marriage certificate, it is forcing them to stay together longer against their will? That is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So, and you think that if children grow up in a household where the parents would rather be going their own way instead of being forced to stay together, that's a more happy family? I think you're sadly mistaken, because those kids will suffer more abuse than parents who can decide. I wasn't finished, Claire. Claire, I wasn't finished. Those children will suffer from more abuse than in being in a family where the parents, when the time comes, just can say, okay, this isn't working out, we need to separate, and then maybe even parents can find a new partner, and it works out better. It's demonstrably wrong what you're saying, that if you force people to stay together, then that will have a better effect on the children, because it's not. Children grow up in families where there's constant fighting, which sometimes even gets to the point of physical abuse. Children will suffer.
Oh, the criminal statistics, the crime statistics prove you wrong. If you come from a fatherless home, you are more likely to end up being a convicted prisoner. This is something that you deliberately ignore. That's a point that I've made. I don't think you can ignore it. If you look up the crime statistics, you will find that most convicted prisoners.
I don't see those statistics. I don't see those statistics in my country, but my country has kind of a strange judicial system, which has led us to having to close down prisons because we lack criminals, and even renting them out to Norway and Belgium. So I don't know what you're talking about. In my countries,
I've never heard of such a thing. What you actually have such low crime that you have to close down your prison?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's news to me. I will ask a Dutch contact of mine what he thinks of your.
There are two. We still have a prison which is actually considered Norwegian soil at this moment, where Norway sends us prisoners. We also rent out a prison to Belgium. Those are things you can easily check. Just do a Google search. Does the Netherlands rent out prisons to other countries, and you'll find it.
So I gotta, we're on this kind of tangent, but it's kind of like run away from what the point of the stage is. And going back to it is like, Claire, if you're an agnostic, and so you're not invested in whether or not there's a God, unless you believe in one, which I don't know if you do or not. If you don't, then
identify as a secular.
The concept of God definitely
not believing in a God.
Concept of God definitely exists.
The concept exists. It doesn't mean that a God is extant to reality.
But I'm saying we have a moral imperative.
Well, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, Claire. We do appreciate you coming up. Do you have any last things you'd like to share with the group?
Taco, just a sec. Before she goes, if you want to give her 30 seconds to rehash her view, that would be, I think, a good thing to do.
Thank you. That's fair of you. So I'm saying that we have a moral imperative to obey God's laws, even if we doubt his existence, for the sake of social order and for the proper parenting of the next generation, so that you avoid suffering degeneracy in your society, and that means the decline and fall of your civilization. Thank you very much for having me, gentlemen.
Claire, I have one question left after what you just said. if God doesn't exist, are we then following God's laws, or are we then just following people's laws?
We would be following the laws of the patriarchy, because patriarchy cannot exist without the practice of marriage, and
of people.
Marriage is about forbidding and punishing extramarital sex.
I just want to make this clear, Claire, because you said we need to follow God's laws even if he doesn't exist. If he doesn't exist, then it's not God's laws that we're following.
It's human laws.
Then
it's human laws that we're following, which then would be a lot better if we follow modern humans' laws instead of ancient human laws, wouldn't it?
Oh, I think a lot of people don't agree with transgenderism and gay marriage and no fault divorce, and a lot of people want to go back to the good old days of marriage and family values.
To the good old days where we just gassed Jews and stuff like that.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and thank you so much for coming up, Claire. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest now.
Our species made it 2 million years without God, so I think we're gonna do okay.
I did have a question.
Peter. I do. Just a quick answer to Peter. You're saying if God doesn't exist, how can people follow God's laws? Perhaps they'd be following a goddess's laws.
See, I would really be up for that, depending on the goddess that you would bring forth.
Sorry, Jocko, go ahead.
And Jefferson would be with me all the way because he's looking for a goddess.
So I do have a question from a younger gentleman that had sent me a message here. Let me find it, though.
I wanted to ask Tom a quick question.
Sure. But real quick. So Amant was asking, if there isn't a God, then how was the Bible made? Which I haven't heard a question like that in a long time. So I figured one of y'all might have fun with that. He's actually in the audience.
Humans made it up. Just like we made up all, because if there's no God, if there's no God, which that aside the point, I can demonstrate the Christian God does not exist, or it cannot exist. But if there's no God, just like any other book, like the Egyptian coffin text, like the Tao, like the Bhagavad Gita, like any ancient historical text, the Quran, doesn't matter. Then humans just wrote them. Humans made them up. They're compositions of text that kind of record a biased view of history, or a very ignorant view of history, and of course a very ignorant view of phenomena, and trying to explain things. Humans were very, very aware of phenomena. They were aware of the phenomena around them. They just didn't know why these things took place. They didn't know the mechanistic reasoning behind them. So they came up with stuff to explain these things. And so that's why these things exist.
Just one quick thing. One quick thing. Dog in the YouTube chat has stated that he follows the laws of the matriarch because chicks rule.
Exactly. So one quick thing. So since Amant has DM'd me as well, why not raise your hand, come up to the stage, and instead of DMing people who are busy doing this stage, just come up and ask your questions. That would be a lot easier than just DMing random people. Then everything went silent.
Is it okay for me to, Tom? I wanted to ask you a quick question, following up since Claire was on here. Did you had a debate with her?
Yeah, like years ago.
Years ago. During that debate, did she or did she not? Because I want to clarify this. Did she establish that part of her, if her ideology were to be the dominant one that a society should live by, it also includes public corporal punishment, like lashings and things like this?
I don't remember.
Okay.
So I know that she has made a statement that she is in favor of secular torture. Not entirely sure what that means.
So the thing to know about Claire is that she's starting a new denomination of Islam, so it's going to have some different rules than the other denominations.
I can't imagine how that is going to play out. With
that was not meant as a joke. That's serious.
Oh, no. Just Tom's reaction to it. Tom, I think we both had the same thing in mind. It's just like,
oh no! Oh good Lord! All right.
Hello, Erebus.
What's going on?
KWF. ErebusKWF. I hope you're saying your name right. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
So, it's more or less a question. So,
shoot.
In some sense, would some of the beliefs be positives or negatives in general, like in a blanket term? Like some of the beliefs that things enforce, like the Quran and other things of that nature.
It really depend on what those beliefs are, because some beliefs can be quite harmful and others can be harmless, and some can actually be advantageous for us. So it's really, I don't think it's possible to make a blanket statement and say all beliefs are bad. People who are, for example, inventing a new technology will have maybe motivated by a belief that this invention will help people, and then that's why they're inventing it, and the invention ends up turning out to help people. Would be an example of a good belief. I know it sounds a bit vague. A bad belief would be that everybody must be punished when they do something wrong, and then we know now in modern society that rehabilitation is a lot more effective. So
what was the question?
I was hoping for a little bit more. Okay, Erebus, can you elaborate a little bit better, or elaborate a little bit more? Sorry.
It's kind of like, so like, would some beliefs be more beneficial to society? Like, in some term, would God exist? Like, not actually exist, but like, would his beliefs genuinely make life better for some people? Some beliefs, like not all.
Well, there is a psychological utility that belief in such things, depending upon the God that you believe in. There is a psychological utility that can benefit some people. So,
because I see people like look at like a placebo effect almost, where like their life gets better, even though it's kind of just in a. It was all from them just being better people overall and doing more things.
It's Dumbo's feather.
Blame it on like their religion.
It's Dumbo's feather. They could always fly, but they needed something to like give them the motivation to be able to do so. So that it can be just the question just because the problem is that when you have that and then you're never aware and then you refuse to acknowledge you're never made aware of the truth, then that belief can then begin to influence other things or other motivations in your life. So it's about having that, but you can have that, but be intellectually honest about it. So, but yeah, there is a psychological utility, and I've always agreed to the fact that, in our most primitive times, unifying religious beliefs, like unifying all the people of the tribe under, believing one thing, get them all motivated into one direction, all supporting the same idea. These were good things because, it helped keep us cohesive, help us grow our numbers, survival in numbers. And yeah, there was a social utility, years ago, or we're talking hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a social utility to these kinds of beliefs, and there is a psychological utility today. But as far as a society goes, they're not really necessary. I just say they've kind of like they're spent. It's an old concept that we don't need anymore.
I have another question.
Go ahead.
So, how come some religions seem to like be more jokingly, as in like Greek mythology and stuff like that? Like people used to believe that genuinely, but now it's more or less a joke. Like, what do you think separates? Like, what do you think the main thing that separates that from other like theologies is?
So there's the thing that I've been talking about quite a bit that I've been addressing on some of my channels, and I'd like to hear what other people on the stage think about this. So I'll try and nutshell this really, really fast. Is that as human beings have progressed through time, as we have developed better technology, we've understood the world around us better, then the gods and goddesses that we invented in order to explain the phenomena around us, we begin to understand that they don't explain those phenomena anymore. So we begin to drop them. So, for example, there was a time when we didn't understand what lightning was. So we created a god that was behind it, Thor. Now we understand that Thor doesn't create lightning. So we understand lightning. So we don't need Thor anymore. So as far as like the the Roman equivalent of the Greek gods or the Egyptian gods or anything of that nature, we're so far beyond that. They've been relegated to mythology. We don't need them anymore because the things that those gods explained are all now well understood, and they don't need gods to explain them. We understand the reality of the phenomena itself. So gods themselves, as we've invented them through time, have adapted, evolved, mutated to kind of like survive the logical entailments of their attributes, and are growing and more accurate understanding of reality. So nowadays, gods exist kind of metaphysically, outside of space and time, disembodied minds. They don't walk around with us, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, however you want to describe it. They keep getting pushed closer and closer to the edge of the board. So as we've understood things, gods have changed slowly but surely. And that's been the repeating thing through history, is that we see that as we understand more, we need the god less. So then we invent new gods, or the gods adapt and change so that they can then be applied newly in another way, so they can answer another question we don't have an answer for. So, but slowly but surely we answer those, and then the gods change again, or they get dropped off entirely. They get relegated to mythology. So that's pretty much been my take.
True. So like, we stopped believing in Zeus and Thor. The Romans, when the Romans just died, it really didn't have anything to do with science. We still had no idea what caused lightning, but culturally the religion just lost favor. And so most religions just die off because of cultural shifts. Other religions, other militaries conquer you and force you to join their religion. And then that's how that religion grows. And then once a religion is in power, then it starts to change because scientific facts debunk it. But I think the reason we're not Romans, because the Romans lost a couple of wars and then they're not in power anymore. And that's why we're Christian, because they won a bunch of wars.
And technically with the Romans, it was Jupiter, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, but T-Jump's also correct. There's a cultural shifts in, like, you know, civilizations dropping off, new civilizations taking over, new cultures coming in. So, and then of course those gods offering different things or better things, societally speaking, that are, you know, the gods are much nicer. The god is much nicer, much kinder, much more loving, less, you know, less cruel, less what's the word? Capricious in that respect. If you think your gods are capricious, I come along saying, no, here's this other god that explains things better and it's less capricious than your gods, and you may be inclined to believe that thing. So culture shifts are a part of it as well.
Okay, I have another question. So if people, like, over time stop believing in certain gods when they, like, have things that come out, like how, like, you talked about Thor, like, no longer creating lightning because people learned how it's actually made, why are people clinging so hard to gods that are, like, completely omnipotent and things like that are, like, utterly, like, just completely imaginative that you would, like...
From my experience, two things: fear and bias, fear and or say cognitive bias, or I would say like confirmation bias. And T-Jump can go into further details of this, or somebody else can as well. But because people are afraid of death, and they don't want this to be the only life, they don't want this to be the only effect that they have. And two, people want to believe that they're special. That because we seem to be unique upon the planet, there must be something special about us. So we fallaciously assert or assume that we are special because we're big brains, you know? So we look at this like, oh, look, we're the only things that can reason. Well, why can we reason? Well, it must be something special about us. So therefore, what gave us the special ability? We must be unique in this respect. And then, of course, we're terrified of death, terrified of the unknown. And that's what kind of leads people to kind of cling to these things, because it gives them comfort for the yawning gap of nothingness that awaits us.
They just want it to be true so desperately.
So it's more or less a fear of what they, like, their limited time of finite lifespan.
And that feeds into it. We're going to die. You know, humans die. That's what it is. And if you haven't made something of your life and you die, then you will be relegated to history, just like the billions of people that came before you that you don't know and don't remember and have been lost to history. So, but that's just the reality of it.
Erebus, if there was an eternity pill, would you take it?
No.
They want it. They want it so desperately.
An afterlife of reward for good deeds or an afterlife of punishment for bad deeds, for misdeeds, like an actual, like, objective standard of, like, judgment and I guess, like, whatever, you know, like that. This gives people hope for their own lives. And it also like lifts or also alleviates them of the responsibility of their life here on Earth, because, you know, for many of them, this life is just a stepping stone to the next thing.
It's why do so many people buy lottery tickets even though they're all going to lose?
They want the money. They want it so bad. Maybe they'll get lucky.
It's a desire for comfort, and the idea brings comfort, and the problem is too much importance is put on that. I think a lot of people, it really appeals to people to have a much more comfortable life, which is not a bad thing. But people often want it at the expense, are willing to put a lot of things that are necessary in life aside to get that comfort. And the promise of comfort, an eternal comfort, seems to be you got these fluffy clouds in a heavenly afterlife, or you've got a never-ending party in a hellish afterlife. There's or some people will see one is good and the other is bad, but they will do things thinking that, well, a bit of Pascal's wager gets in there, and people are saying, well, they better play their cards right so they can, if that comfort exists, then they'll get that. So they're trying to set that up for that. And it's a shame, because there's the thing about life from my perspective is it includes a whole gamut of these different experiences. If all we have in life is comfort, then we won't know it's comfort if without having the understanding of what the opposite could be like. And experiencing both, I think, is an important part of life. Now, I'm not saying we should be experiencing terrible things. Yeah, we want to try to make our life as best as possible, but the whole idea with this kind of heavenly comfort thing seems extreme to me.
Do you guys ever, would you ever feel pity when you think about the fact that these people kind of live their entire lives in a certain way that prevents them from experiencing some aspects of life, just to die, and then they just cease to exist, and they'd never know the difference?
Only when I encounter them, and I could see that that they are actively fighting cognitive dissonance. Because sometimes when you're engaging with somebody, you can see the you can see the battle within them, like the cognitive dissonance. There's a physical reaction to that cognitive dissonance. They, in their minds, recognize that the things that they're holding on to don't make sense. There's some sort of dissonance in their heads about it. And so, but they'll hold on to it nonetheless, just in case, either because they're afraid or for whatever reason, for whatever their personal reasons are. But that's the only thing that elicits pity for me. It's like, I see them like, oh, you are in this cognitive dissonance battle in your mind, and you can't reconcile it. And then they refuse to do so because, just maybe, if I just hold on to this irrational thing, that it'll pay off. There's a sunk cost fallacy, but you can see the effect it has on people's lives, on their minds, on their mental states, on their bodies. And that's sad to me.
They will spend 166 days of their life in church if they go to church every Sunday, 50 weeks of the year, for about 2 hours for 40 years.
So I see people do this when they join pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing schemes and different scams as well. They'll spend a lot of time and effort on these things with the promise that they're going to make a large amount of money for a more comfortable life again, I suppose. Maybe a motive. But it turns out that a lot of those multi-level marketing pyramid schemes are really not profitable for the vast majority of people involved in them. It's just the people who start them who tend to do really well with them, because the way the money funnels around. I remember I was in school with one of my schoolmates. Later on, I caught up with him a few years after graduation, and he got involved in one of these big name multi-level marketing pyramid schemes. And he got a garage full of all kinds of items like toilet paper and toothbrushes and things like that, and he was unable to sell it because he had to recruit people to sell it, because just selling it to people without a storefront just wasn't working. And they put themselves up as a supplier, but they're really just it's really just moving money around is what it was all about. So it's unfortunate, and it's people. I wouldn't say I feel pity for people so much as, I feel like, oh, that's unfortunate. I wish there was something I could do to help people. The problem is I'm not a multi-billionaire, so I'm limited in what I can do to help people.
What do you think the best way to combat stuff like this is?
Education, critical thinking being taught in education, philosophy being taught is something that I'm a big proponent. I'm hugely in favor of, I think, starting from kindergarten, if they did philosophy half an hour once a week, or even 15 minutes, just some very basic fundamental stuff that would be easy for a kindergartner to understand would be a wonderful start. Imagine how much improved our society could be if people were thinking of understanding some basics of philosophy throughout their schooling, and also critical thinking, because one of the problems that comes up is a lot of people associate doubt with something that should be feared, and to me that's a major problem. That's a major cause of a lot of problems in the way people think about things. And my wife and I have taught our kids to embrace doubt as an ally, to be comfortable with saying I don't know, and see that as an opportunity to possibly learn more. Because because if you don't know something, I think it's better to admit this, not only to yourself but to others, honestly, of course, when appropriate, and see that as some indication of there could be some possible self-direction opportunity here to learn more about a subject if it's interesting to you. It's better, I think, that than making assumptions that could lead a person astray or lead others astray.
So you think that teaching people how to think is about teaching them what to think?
Bingo.
Well, I think they're two different things, and as a very important component of teaching people how to think is encouraging all these students in these classes to question the how to think part, and challenge it and test it, and learn how to do that for themselves, so they have the proper intellectual tool set to not just follow somebody saying here's how you should think and here's what you should think, but also questioning those things and really trying to put a rigorous test on it to try to understand and make these determinations for themselves. It's this intellectual sovereignty, I like to call it.
That was one of the things that was impressed upon me by my own mother, and probably the thing, because my mother's a devout believer, and probably the thing that she regrets, because she raised my brother and I equally to, if you don't understand or if you don't know, ask. Never be afraid to ask. Never be afraid of not knowing something, because it's always an opportunity to learn more. And if something doesn't make sense, find someone that can explain it, or do the research and learn so you can find the explanation. Always be asking questions. Never be afraid to, because the minute you're afraid to ask a question, that's just the beginning.
And that's what we're trying to kind of inspire here a little bit, is for people to also ask questions like what you're doing here as our guest. Asking all these questions is fantastic. Please keep doing this.
I also how would you encourage people that don't necessarily have the tools to be taught things like that, to be taught to question things?
So one of the most important things for educators is to make an effort to try to find what learning styles and approaches work best for different students, because people have different ways of learning things. And indeed, there are some people who are mentally deficient and are unable to learn certain things, and it's just an unfortunate part of life. Modern medicine and modern psychology are all working on these kinds of problems. Fortunately, they're kind of rare, but that's one of the most important things in teaching, is to try to find the student's best way of doing this. Now, in a class environment where you've got 30 students, that can be a challenge, but it's very often the case, in my experience as someone who's been a student, I guess, that and looked into this, that there are often it's the case that there are multiple different ways that will work effectively for many people. So that can be helpful for the teachers too, to develop strategies and find there may be 2 or 3 different common ways of teaching that'll work for all these different students, and then they're able to kind of incorporate all of them together within their class structure, and then that can get almost all the students covered. And so, you know, that's kind of what we hope for. Now, this is putting a burden on teachers who are already quite burdened, and that's a challenge that society has to work on. I think somebody here was mentioning that, I think it was Mexico has a very different approach to teaching that works quite well. And, you know, we're improving, but there's still a lot more work to be done. Education systems, unfortunately, are not perfect and limited by funding very often, but I think in general, at least here in Canada, we're going the right direction, and many other countries are as well.
One of the people in my live chat, Freight Edges, brings up that it starts in the home, educating parents, and I think that it starts with our education system. Is that when you have, it's sort of like we've been espousing, it's education. When you teach kids how to think and not what to think, when you teach them how to think, how to approach things, you know, appropriately, that makes for better educated generation of young people who then grow up to be better educated parents, who then pass it on to their kids, and then so on and so forth. And so it's got to start with our education system, with a revamping of our education system. So that's where the heart of it is, because that's how you reach this next generation. Like I said before, teachers are the front line. So that's where you reach this next generation. That generation then grows up. They have their own kids. They pass it down to those kids, so on and so forth. So it's got to be there.
So what would you say the best way to deal with kids that simply don't want to learn? Because I go to an inner city school, and a lot of the kids there just straight up refuse to like try to learn, and they actively want to disrespect the teachers and things like that.
Okay, so there can be a lot of different reasons for that. There isn't a simple black and white answer to it. Sometimes there can be a problem with issues at home. There could be a problem with some other kind of abuse happening from somebody else. There can be other reasons for it. There could be some situation where their mind is really more concerned for a relative who's not feeling well and suffering with a serious disease or something, or injury or something. There could be all kinds of different reasons for it. They could live in a neighborhood that's got gang activity going on that's a bigger issue to them than having to go to some school. So the first step in this is trying to, I think, making an effort to understand why the student is this way. There could also be learning disabilities. I have 2 forms of dyslexia, one for hearing, one for reading. It affects words, not numbers for me. It's and that was a problem for me in school, and I had a French teacher call me stupid right in front of the whole class, and I was completely uninterested in learning in that class when that happened. I was already struggling, but after that I just completely shut down, and that was in grade 4, and I just kind of, that was it for me. I stopped, and I just kind of goofed around and made funny noises and made the other kids laugh. So there's understanding what the reason or multiple reasons are, and very often there can be multiple factors, is I think probably the very most important first step is in understanding what is going on with that person's life. And then working from there. Sometimes professional therapy may be needed. In the case of abuse, intervention from authorities and whatnot. So the solution must come, I think, from first understanding what the cause or causes of the symptom are.
Yeah, we're getting into big socioeconomic things that stem from all kinds of problems: infrastructure problems, healthcare problems, education problems.
We're just asking about the gods, man.
Yeah. This is kind of going in the same direction as that first conversation went. But yeah, when it comes to religion, I think. Do you have any other questions regarding that? Gods, goddesses, or you want to talk about what you believe or why you believe it?
Me personally, I don't believe in a god. I used to. I feel like most of that, however, was just because of the household I was raised in. But I feel like, why do you think that Nowadays, polytheism is more. Hold on. No, monotheism is more popular than polytheism.
It really depends on where you are. If you're in a place like India, it's going to be that polytheism is a lot more popular because Hinduism is the predominant religion there, and it has multiple deities, goddesses, and gods in it. So this is kind of the perspective can be quite limited based on geographical purview, and so it's a question. Like in North America here, you're going to find that many people are going along with a Christian idea of just one God instead of multiple, and yet even the Holy Bible does reference there are no gods, there may be no gods before me kind of thing, which seems to acknowledge that polytheism is a thing. It's curious, isn't it?
Exodus 12:12 actually talks about polytheism. It says something about the gods of Egypt, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then there's a verse somewhere in Islam that says that polytheists have no knowledge, and I had this in modern day debate I was on recently. I pointed out, I refuted that point. I said, look, if they're polytheistic, if they're a polytheist, it's incorrect to say that they have no knowledge, because they obviously have knowledge of multiple deities.
Yeah, there's a big geographic bias to that.
Well, thank you for.
What is your overall opinion about those who believe in religion but don't force it upon others? It's been like they're more or less passive about it.
I think it's the most intellectually honest position that they can take regarding their belief, regarding their faith. They can believe what they want to believe. They have the right to do so. And I'm not going to, I would fight for the right to believe in that, because they can believe what they want. The point is just because they believe it doesn't mean everyone should believe it. It really doesn't mean that everyone should live by those beliefs, like influencing our legislation and stuff. So they want to believe it and keep it to themselves. Good times.
Yeah, I think it's okay for them to kind of share the ideas as well. Where I draw the line, and I agree with JL on all this stuff, I just draw the line at when people are trying to impose it on other people. And right. Erebus, maybe we should move on to our next people in the audience. But, would you like to ask one more question or have some final statements with your impression of your encounter with us here? We're very interested. We'd happily give you a minute.
No. I have to leave now as well.
Hey, thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thanks you so much for coming up. We do appreciate your time. You have a great one. She-Hulk wants to come up and chat with us. They're very interested in speaking.
Yo, how's it going?
Oh, She-Hulk, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
What do you got for us?
So, sadly, this won't be about religion. I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
I don't want to wake up my roommates. So I like debunking conspiracy theories, right? Like 9/11 stuff and all that. But I find that there's still people that buy into a lot of conspiracy theories, like, I don't know, that the NSA is spying on everyone, right? Despite all the evidence that refutes that horseshit, they'll cling on to it. And so I wonder what you guys' thoughts on that, and like Snowden and all that debunked nonsense.
There's a lot like mango.
Well, people typically hold on to things that make them feel special. Conspiracies and believing that you're like on top of a conspiracy, or believing you're like you have the knowledge of a thing, gives a sense of kind of superiority. And
yes, I know the truth and nobody else does.
Exactly. It's like I'm on it. I've got my finger on the freaking pulse, man. I see it for what it is. They do the Dennis Hopper thing in Apocalypse Now.
I know I get that, but in terms of like these people think that they have evidence for it, right? So, for example, these nut jobs think that like leaked documents by Snowden prove that. When you go through and read those documents, they say the same thing the government said. In 2013, the declassified documents match the same thing. The only one who's incongruent with all the record is Snowden himself. He lied about what the documents say if you just read them. And it got so the public's reaction got so bad in 2015. They ended one of those programs that Congress authorized.
What does this have to do with
And it
God?
made American security. As I just said, it doesn't. I was just curious since I was asked, what other topic I want to bring up, and so I thought I would bring that one up.
Okay. Do you think that religions can be a lot like conspiracy theories, or do you think they deserve to be in a different category?
I mean, I personally treat them more as like as if it's flat Earth, right? If you believe in God, that shit is explained away both through science, and of course, you can trace back the origins of pretty much every religion: Christianity, Judaism, the Hindu stuff, all that, right? And then you got people that think the Earth is flat, people that think that the government spies on everyone. All this nonsense. It's all the same. Lack of evidence.
It's just like a bunch of drinks with different flavors, then.
How I view it, yeah. Right? I mean, again, these people refuse to read those very documents they think supports their claim. And it's the same with, people thinking, I don't know, the CIA did X regime change or X coup, for example, right? You go and read through those documents, they don't sell it at all. It's very interesting when it comes to just the basics of fact checking. Other shit like, I don't know, fucking the 90% drone strikes hit civilians. Fake news. Right? Go follow along those sources.
I think these are really good points. And to follow up with the drink analogy, I'm going to say cheers. And if you wanted 30 seconds to say, give a summary, we'd be happy to hear you before we move on to our next guest.
Well, I was just curious about your guys' opinions on the NSA and all that nonsense.
Don't care.
Yeah, it's kind of off topic for here, and I think you'll probably find there's mixed views. That's what I noticed in the atheism demographic, but the majority of people are applying skepticism to most of it, is what I encounter.
Skepticism to what, sorry? You said that they're applying skepticism to what?
Oh, to the conspiracy theories, and usually there's a tendency to disbelieve them because the conspiracy theories are very often overcomplicated, and when an idea is presented that is quite complicated and has a lot of intricate facts or ideas put to it to try to show it, it sounds like someone's kind of overreaching to defend an idea, like a preemptive defense. And that raises suspicions. So I find a lot of people are quite suspicious of conspiracy theories. At least most of the people I've encountered in the atheism demographic. In the other demographics, it's a little bit less of that. But where I see the delineating factors, where there seems to be better quality education, especially childhood education, there tends to be a greater degree of critical thinking and skepticism and distrust of conspiracy theories.
Well, I'll just do a 30-second wrap-up then. So the TLDR is...
Perfect.
The NSA doesn't spy on everyone. Rigorous oversight. Snowden's documents to debunk his own narrative. Match all the declassified records. Just a matter of fact-checking. Cool. Toodles.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up. Cheers.
Thank you for your opinion.
And I just want to say I view religion as the largest superstition. So I feel like it can kind of be anchored under that. It's just the flavor of superstition.
For sure.
Are you confident in that? Are you 100% in that?
I'm 99.90% sure. As sure as I'm going to be.
So Potto
Hello.
wants to talk about God's existence. So this one is on topic.
Hello, Potto.
What's going on?
Hello. My main idea is, if I'm right, great, and if I'm not, I've got nothing to lose. I would rather live.
Pascal's wager, by the way. But go ahead.
Essentially, I would rather live as if there were a god and find out there wasn't, than live as if there wasn't a god and find out there was.
What happens if a god specifically only burns people who hedges their bets and only believes in them because they were going to get burned?
Well, what you're talking of is essentially the foundation of early Judaism, and Christ has saved us in order that we don't follow that fate. And Christ has personally helped me, so there's no way I can deny Christ. Christ is directly in.
So how do you know that you're? How do you know that you're?
I'm sorry. How you've applied Pascal's wager doesn't factor out that way. When you,
Wait, so I would like to ask a question here. So why do you think believing in a God, you said you'd rather believe there's a God and live there is a God rather than there isn't. What do you think the difference is, if like living like there is a God versus living like there isn't a God?
Living as if there is a God, you do every action, or you try to do every action. Nobody's perfect. As if you will be judged. As if there is entity
Morality?
that will judge you. An objective morality, yes.
Well, just clarify. Wait. So there are models of objective morality that don't include a God, so you can not believe in a God and still have that.
What's the object?
Platonic objects, a priori abstracts, universal laws of nature, well-being. There's lots of them. Like most philosophers.
Universal laws of nature. Let's go to the universe.
Hold up. So most philosophers, most academic professional philosophers are atheists, but they're also moral realists. They believe in objective morality. So the experts in the field believe in objective morality without God, because God's actually a really bad hypothesis of morality. So that's not actually a difference.
I mean, the objects of universal law, as you stated, what can that be defined as? If you want to say,
I just like listed for them, but so my point there was simply that you assume that without a God you don't have morality, but that's false. Most professional philosophers are moral realists without God. So
okay,
if that assumption is wrong.
Are they projecting their morality onto an object that they don't think is a God?
It doesn't, like, you can think there's a God. Remember, the point here was that you want to assume there's a God and learn you're wrong because you live a moral life. So even if they're assuming their morality and it's wrong, they're still living a moral life without God. So they don't need to assume the God. There's no benefit to the God there.
Just 1 second. I've got a reply. I will be 2 seconds.
One question I wanted to bring up to Potto is why how he's chosen which god to gamble on.
It's also the incorrect application of the wager, because there's no justification beyond emotional appeal to eliminate any god from contention. So he's got to factor all gods into it, and the fact that the majority of gods that humans have ever believed in do not judge based upon belief; they judge based on action, regardless of your belief.
Well, he didn't make that argument. He just said he'd rather believe there's a God and discover otherwise and not believe there's a God. But he never explained why, what the benefit of the God is. And so if his benefit is simply that he lives a better life or whatever, he acts as if there's morality, then that argument wouldn't apply to what he was saying.
The benefit is more so I'm on good terms with God, if you will. If I believe there's a God and there is a God, I'm on good terms with him. I'm not damned to eternity, or damned to really anything other than what God wants for me. And if I am on great terms with God, if I fully put my faith in him, then I will be rewarded accordingly. If I'm not on good terms with God and I die and find out that God is not my biggest fan, then I'm screwed. I'm completely screwed. So there's no way I'm getting out of that. I'm not given a second chance. And as much as the anti-theist, and I'm saying anti-theist because it's not atheists per se, it's mostly the heavy anti-theists are confident in their disbelief of God, they cannot ever, with 100% certainty, disprove God.
Sure, it can.
Go ahead.
That's a separate argument. So
it is a separate argument, but I just want to make that clear. Yes, Potto, the Christian Abrahamic God cannot exist. And yes, it can. And yes, it can be demonstrated. But go ahead, TJ.
So hold up. So what your argument was is that what the other guys were saying would apply to the current version you presented. That you assume that there's one kind of a God who would reward your belief. There could be other kinds who don't reward your belief, or a kind of God who only allows atheists into heaven because he only wants the rational ones who think about the arguments. And so belief there's a God doesn't have any probability that you'll actually go to heaven. That's zero. The probability you go to heaven, the probability you go to hell is the exact same for any belief. until you actually have evidence that indicates one conclusion or the other. The same thing applies without a God. There could be a universe where there's a certain kind of dharma or karma or whatever. If you have belief X, you get the afterlife, and if you have belief Y, you don't. So literally believing in a God has no statistical effect on rewards in heaven or not.
Well, I would tend to agree with you if I wasn't so set in my own beliefs, and I admit that I am biased. There's no way of removing that. However, what I must say is my discussion with God, my prayer, leads me to the full point that I am saved. I am under Jesus' salvation, and Christ has saved me. And I can understand that it sounds as if I'm a loony if you aren't of that belief. But when you are so heavy set in your belief in God, you know that the Abrahamic God is the only true God. And although there may be different interpretations of God,
There's a problem right there. Saying that you're heavy set in the belief isn't knowledge. It's just confidence. So you have a lot of confidence, but that's not knowledge.
I'm not going to pretend it is knowledge. I'm just using it as a point to say, yes, I am biased, and yes, I have these beliefs. However, again, if you are set in your beliefs, then you know that the Abrahamic God is the only true God. And
No,
you know
that's knowledge. That's know equals knowledge. So you can't. It's not knowledge just because you believe it really hard. Believing things hard is not knowledge.
I don't think arguing semantics is the correct
It's
idea.
not. It's not semantics.
Well, it
You
is
said
semantics.
no.
I
You
say
said you
no.
know.
I say no because you know in your heart
That you feel. That's not knowledge. That's feeling.
That's feels.
Would you rather say feel? Because I can say feel if you want to argue semantics.
A
It's
knowledge.
not semantics. It's a very important distinction to make.
It's
You
not
have to
an
take
important
this
distinction
term,
when you
but
have-
knowledge would generally be seen as justifiable true belief. So you have beliefs, and a subset of those beliefs are knowledge.
Right, but under the context, you can clearly, if you're actually listening and you're not just picking out words, you will know that in the context it is of faith. Your knowledge is of faith. It is not set in verifiable facts. It's set in
But
faith.
Potto, these distinctions have to be made, and they have to be very, very clear, because if they're not, then the wrong conclusions can be drawn from them. So when you say that you know, that implies that you have knowledge.
Sure.
Okay, not that now if you want to say you know that you feel, that's different, because you do have knowledge of your feelings and that you feel that it is true. So you know that you feel that it is true, not that you know that it's true.
Sure. I would say have faith in. I won't say no. So you have faith in the Abrahamic God being real, and most people will come to that conclusion, even between the infighting of Jews, Christians, Muslims, whatever. They will know in their heart that the Abrahamic God is real, even if they think Jesus isn't God, or if they think Muhammad is the perfect man.
How does this relate to your original? Because your argument is that you want to believe there's a God rather than not believe there's a God because it makes you feel good. Is that how you?
What I'm trying to say, and just to give a quick summary so you can link it together. What I'm saying is, when there is the faith in God, and you believe that your God, which for most people is the Abrahamic God, is the correct God, then you will know in your heart that your wager is a good choice. That your wager on if I die.
So just to clarify, it seems like what you're saying is it's better to believe in a God because your belief in a God makes you feel good. That seems to be like the structure of your argument here.
Not necessarily. I mean,
psychological utility.
You certainly do feel better if you have a commanding figure, if you have a God. That is not.
I'm searching for like a logical justification. Why would it be rational for a human being to prefer belief in a God versus non-belief in a God? And so far, the justification you've offered is, well, it makes people who believe they feel confident, they feel good about their belief, and that's the only change.
Your beliefs, or would you rather be inconfident? I mean, even if your beliefs are atheism, would you rather be confident or unconfident? Because
I'm confident in my atheism, so I also have confidence.
Okay, so I don't see the issue in stating that confidence is a good thing.
No, there's no difference. So your original argument is you should believe, or you like to believe in a God rather than non-God, because there needs to be a because there. I can say I like to believe in the naturalistic pantheism rather than a God. because I'm confident in it. That's not rational, and it applies to all the different hypotheses. So you could be confident in your belief in a God. Therefore, it isn't a reason for anybody to be confident in that belief. It's just you're confident because you like it, and that's it.
Your confidence shouldn't be because you like it. It shouldn't be because of aesthetic reasons. It should be because you have sat down, you have discussed, you have praised, you have done whatever is needed, and you have came to the conclusion through discussion with God.
Right.
But that's your position. Your position is that it works for you because you feel it, because you feel that it's right.
Am I supposed to argue someone else's position? I thought I was arguing mine.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But then you just told T-Jump that he can't have that same thing.
I'm not saying he can't. He can absolutely. I'm just saying his is, in a sense, that if you are taking atheism as the truth, then you accept that your side of the wager is there. And whether you want there not to be a God, or whether you want there to be a God and you to be disproven, that
well, okay, then I've disproven the Christian Abrahamic God, so I'm good.
That's different topic. Different topic. I don't understand anything you've said, Potto. Like, it seems like you're saying you like believing in a God because it makes you feel good, which isn't a justification. And then you said something like, "Well, no, you should believe because you had a conversation with God and God told you to believe," or something, which is
correct.
Sounds like a psychological delusion to me. So, what
well,
rational?
Delusional. There's no
possible.
consequence to me.
Okay, but is that a rational reason to believe something, or should you use some kind of evidence to try to differentiate imagination from reality to establish whether or not your belief?
If you want evidence, then we can move to another discussion, but that doesn't involve the wager. So if you would like to move to that discussion, then we can move to that discussion.
No. So your wager offers nothing. It offers nothing other
the wager
than...
offers confidence, and it offers the knowledge that your bet is there.
You already have confidence. That's why you have the wager. So if you didn't already have confidence, then the wager gives you nothing. And if you already have confidence in an alternative...
put their confidence in their wager. What I'm trying to say is, no matter your beliefs, your confidence in the wager is there. What happens there from now on is if your belief in that confidence is because of aesthetic reasons, as many pagans fall to, then it's not a good wager. If your wager has came in via proper...
Everybody has confidence in their position. What makes your confidence better than the confidence people have in pagans or the confidence people have in naturalistic universes? Are those equivalent? Because if they're equivalent, your argument does nothing.
Well, you can point to the fact that Jesus performed great miracles, and we know Jesus was a real person. Whether or not you think he was the Son of God is another matter.
Assumes the truth of the Bible.
What does this have to do with Pascal's wager?
Can you repeat that, Warren?
Assumes the truth of the Bible. It's logically fallacious.
Yeah, we don't.
No, the truth of the Bible is that he is the Son of God. We know he was a real person. What is up?
Just because an itinerant rabbi walked around Iron Age Palestine and was executed for preaching heretical beliefs does not logically entail that he was divine.
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing he was a real person. I'm not arguing if he was the Son of God.
What does this have to do with Pascal's wager? What does this have to do with the wager?
I don't know, because it keeps spiking off. Warren,
no, that's what I'm asking you. You brought up the wager. You said you have confidence. That's great. I'm saying everybody has confidence.
I'd like a minute uninterrupted then, so I can properly convey my point of the wager. Because when there is an interruption, it spikes off. Right. In that wager, all beliefs have their confidence in the wager. Your confidence shouldn't come from aesthetic reasons. It should come from thought. And I understand that most people's wagers do come from thoughts. However, if your thought is thinking to yourself and not thinking to try and at least find a higher power, then it is useless, because all you're doing is pondering yourself. You're not pondering the actual idea of a God. If you want to find God, you don't sit and think, could God be real? You go out and you find God. You don't want to place your wager when you have not sought that which is reliant on, is what I'm essentially trying to say.
Okay, well, that's easy to understand. So it's wrong, though. It seems you're making appeal to methodology here and saying that the only way to gain knowledge or a reliable method to the wager is to seek God, and you can't do it by thinking about other stuff, and that's just wrong. You can use whatever methodology you want and could still be right. The justification of the methodology isn't determined by the goal of the methodology.
You could 100% be right, and I could be wrong, but your methods in doing so are wrong. If you were trying to defend God and
contradiction,
you've not taught God, then you have no grounds to disprove. The same way that if I'm trying
that's
to
wrong.
prove
So, like,
atheism, and
do scientists discover things even when they didn't intend to? Like, oh, we made a particle decay. We didn't even know that could happen, right?
Yeah, correct.
So
However,
you could have a methodology to try to discover something about the universe, which has absolutely nothing to do with God, and you could still end up discovering God or the fundamental nature of reality. Your motivation or whatever methodology you're using is irrelevant. The
I'm not
evidence you're
arguing that you
discovering.
can't be right. I'm arguing that it wasn't a good method. The same way that
No, I understand that. I'm saying that's wrong. It can be a good method independent of the goal of the method. The goal is irrelevant. It's called appeal to motive fallacy. The motive is irrelevant to the actual thing you're discovering, the evidence, the quality of the evidence, the quality of the method. Those things are independent of whatever your goal is. Your goal could be to murder babies. If you do science, you're still doing science. So the goal that you apply is completely irrelevant. And we know it's irrelevant because it's a named logical fallacy in philosophy. It doesn't matter.
Sure, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that you see it as a fallacy to believe that a method can be wrong when the goal is out of place almost. And I can understand where you're coming from, but I have to ask: do you believe the end justifies the means?
No.
No.
What does that have to do with topic?
Well, it's just it's completely on topic. It's kind of reliant on what you were saying, and I'm just trying to question because I'm trying to get a full understanding. But
I wasn't saying it wasn't on topic. I was asking you, how is it related to the topic?
Yeah, I was just trying to get an understanding. I wasn't trying to make a point there.
Okay.
I just want to put a pin in this Pascal's wager because it doesn't help. It should not help in either direction. Because
we can move on. We can move on from Pascal's wager.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
Because you mentioned it a couple of times, and so far no one has picked up on this. This is something that I'm really curious about. You said you had a conversation with God. Can you explain how that went? And
when you pray, you conversate with God. That is
no.
I'm curious about the. I think along the lines. I think along the lines of what. No, Peter. I think along the lines of what you're asking is by what methodology did you determine that you were talking with God and not yourself?
No, that wasn't what I was asking. Conversation is a two-way thing. So it is one person talking to another and getting an active, audible response. So praying is not a conversation.
No,
praying is asking a question, and then you have to wait for the answer, and the answer won't be given to you in an audible sentence. It will be an action, and that is whether or not you attribute certain things.
On your prayer. If your prayer is for an action, then an action will happen, and that's not necessarily a discussion. If your prayer is to discuss, then you will discuss. Because if you seek to discuss with God, then He will discuss with you.
In what way did God respond to you? Was it audible? Was it how did God respond in this conversation?
Would you like a general example, or would you like an example of a specific time?
I mean,
did you hear a voice, or did you hear a voice, or did you get a feeling?
What we're doing here is a conversation. I'm talking to you and you're responding back to me. I'm just asking, that is what a conversation is. You claim to have had such a thing with a God, and I'm asking you how that went. Can you explain how that took place? You don't have to go into details or what the topic of the conversation was about, because that's not my question.
Well, you seek first to have a discussion with God. You ask a question, you give praise, you do whatever, and you will be answered, and that can be audibly. It will, a lot of the time, be audibly if you are seeking discussion. If you're seeking action, it will be through action. But that discussion with God, you will be given the answers that you seek. You will be given the solace.
Okay, that is not what I asked. You touched on what I asked, so I'm really curious. So let's say that you're going to seek and have a conversation with God, and I just happen to sit in on this. Would I be able to hear God as well?
No, because it's not on an audible frequency to you. It's, I mean, you've got to understand.
If it's an audible frequency and you can pick it up, it's an audible frequency that I can pick up.
You've got to understand it's interdimensional. If it's not directed at you, it's not directed at you. If the prayer is with God, unless obviously I can.
So it's not audible.
If I can invite you to the prayer, and if you accept that invite, then you are invited into discussion, and you can have that discussion.
Potto,
that is what I asked. If I sit in and if I want to listen in on this conversation, will God be audible to me as well? And you said no. Now you say if
because I misunderstood your question. My understanding of
that is why I tried to clarify.
Is that you were, I don't know, sitting on a bus near me.
That's Potto.
Yeah.
But there's a question that's come up in our YouTube chat audience. John Rapp is asking, he'd like to know what your view is on the Bible's position on slavery, genocide, world killing, flood, etc.
Randolph,
but please go ahead, but Peter, just a sec. But please first address what you're doing with Peter here, and then maybe get to that.
I can move on to it once I'm finished talking to Peter. Yes.
Well, I'm still curious because this would be cold hard evidence of a God. So I'd be very, very interested in taking part in one of your conversations. Is there a way that you and I could set this up so I could be present and listen in to your conversation?
I can pray for you, and you can join in on that prayer.
That's not my question.
I think we all understand when
my question. Hold on. My question is: can I sit in on a conversation that you are having with God? Because you just explained that if I get a certain invite and I'm open to it or whatever, I could audibly hear God. That is an experiment that I really would like to do. That I would really like to take part in, because the topic of this is, can you convince a God or goddess exists? That to me, sitting in on a conversation between you and God, being able to hear both parties, that would be pretty convincing.
Okay, do you have a church near you?
I'll have to look because they're closing faster than anything else. But
it requires a church. I think an all-powerful God be able to direct it to wherever he's sitting.
It doesn't require a church.
I mean,
it's just a church is a good meeting place for discussion with God.
Okay.
Well, so when I don't think that you're in the Netherlands. So when are you going to be in the Netherlands and where? Because that might help with picking a church.
I don't plan to come to the Netherlands anytime soon.
Can we skip to the next topic?
But if I go to a church, I can't sit in on a conversation that you're having with God, can I?
Oh my God! Stop, please stop. We know what prayer means. They're talking to themselves in their head. We don't need to go through this topic for an hour.
I really want to go this route. Sorry. I really want to hear what Potto has to say. Because
ultimately, I get that. Ultimately, the question comes down, Potto, is by what methodology do you determine that you're talking to a God and not talking to yourself? How can you eliminate the possibility that you're just talking to yourself? How do you eliminate that? And there's no way that you can do that. That is ultimately where this is going to go. That's ultimately where this line of questioning leads up, is to how he determines the difference between talking to a God and talking to himself.
No, I want to be there and witness this conversation, which is what I asked, and he said it was possible. So we can do this online as well. There's no problem that we couldn't do this online.
No, what he means is that you
don't
can
have
pray.
To go to a
you
church.
can pray to God. That's all he means. He means you can pray to God, and God may or may not speak to you. That's all he means. This is very, very obvious. We know how prayer works. We've all been religious at one point.
I know that is what he means. It's not what he's saying. which is why I'm holding him to what he is saying, not what he's meaning by saying it, if that makes any
Principle of
sense.
charity, please. Principle of charity, you imply the most rational interpretation of what the speaker says. Don't hold them to the literal words because that's unimportant. Principle of charity.
Okay.
Don't straw man.
So it's not okay. So it's not possible to fit in on a conversation that you're having with God, Potto.
No, it is. It is. If you go to church, you see a person praying, and they invite you to prayer, you may sit and you may have a group discussion with God.
Is this person? Peter's
asking,
you?
One sec.
No,
So Peter's
hold
asking,
on.
One sec.
Please don't interrupt.
You've been talking
because this is going to make.
Peter,
no,
stop. You've gone over this a million times.
I'm in a line of conversation.
Yes, stop.
Please don't interrupt. Potto, is this person going to be you? The person that I'm walking
into
that
question
a church?
10 times. You stop asking the same question. Stop asking the same question.
Yes.
He's asking, can he hear the voice of God and your voice? And ask him a question, him an answer. Asking, can he literally hear your voice and God's voice, trade information? That's what he's asking.
If he seeks, so yes.
So when can we set this up? Can you DM me on Discord so we can set this up?
I don't plan on coming to the Netherlands anytime soon.
I like
I
said, how you preface that
with
confirmation bias, that if he seeks him first, then he'll hear it.
Peter, just send him Peter, just send him a private message. That this show is not about scheduling events. Please just send him a private message.
Do a Zoom meeting with God. Just do a Zoom prayer.
Yeah, and it's weird that you had to preface that, Potto, with confirmation bias. That he has to be wanting to seek him first. That he has to essentially accept that he exists, accept that a God exists, in order to find evidence for it, which is no different than confirmation bias.
Warren, when you go to seek conversation with a friend, you don't just wait for them to come to you. You go and seek conversation with them.
Yeah, but I know my friend exists.
Sure, you don't have to know.
I don't have to assume the existence of my friend in order to have a conversation with my friend.
You don't have to know God exists to have a discussion with God. You just need to seek Him. If you don't know God exists,
but if it doesn't exist, then what am I seeking?
You're seeking.
This isn't very convincing, man. Do you have any form of actual evidence? Like, most of us have prayed and been a part of that. So at some point in our lives,
I was
determined that it's nonsensical.
Did you mean your prayer, or were you only praying because you were brought up?
Are you saying that we were being disingenuous? Like, that's disingenuous.
Literally, okay, I was like, no true Christian. That's where you're going to go with this.
Well, I'm not saying no true Christian. What I'm saying is, you could well have meant your prayer and it not. And you not felt that it had happened. I'm just saying that a lot of the time this happens is because people were only praying because their family did so.
Potto, I sent you a DM. I really want to set this up because
Sure.
you've raised my curiosity. I want to see this.
Nonetheless, regardless, I mean, if you want to address what Randolph brought up about the horrific things in the Bible, or if you want to discuss the fact that it can be demonstrated that the Abrahamic Christian God does not exist. So either way, I think the Zoom prayer, I think that can be scheduled another time.
Sure. I'll move on to Randolph, and then if I've got time, I'll move on to you.
What does God's voice sound like to you, Potto?
It was John Rapp who was asking in the YouTube live chat about that, what your views are on those atrocities that are committed according to the Bible.
If you could just give a list of atrocities, I can go through them one by one.
Okay, what John Rapp is asking is he would really like to know your view on the Bible's position on slavery, genocide, and world-killing flood.
Okay, we will do we will do all three. Slavery, the Bible's position on slavery is it is immoral. However, if you must be a slave master, you must treat your slaves kindly, and you must give them fair and good sustenance. You must give them a comfortable life.
So if it's slavery, it's not fair. So that's already invalidated in my view.
The assumption of chattel slavery, I think, is what's causing that. When it talks about slavery, you need to think of it more as serfdom than chattel slavery.
Buying and selling of human beings is chattel slavery.
Yes, that's not.
Yes, you may buy your slaves from the heathens around you. That's chattel slavery.
It was the same slavery as the transatlantic slave trade, just not about race. They just took them from the countries around them.
was literally generation to generation. There's a bunch of verses on this. Did you just ignore all the verses, or are you lying to yourself, or how did you get to this point?
Well, no, what I'm talking about is when you look at slavery in the Bible, you have to assume it's serfdom because that is what was most.
Why would we make that assumption?
Because that was what was most done. You would buy and sell, however, it wouldn't be in the same vein as modern, chattel slavery, neo-slavery. It would be.
Yes, it is. That's how chattel slavery was justified in the modern age, because it's in the Bible. That's where the justification for it came from.
Have you seen the propaganda from the 1800s on it? It quotes the Bible.
I don't care about the propaganda. That doesn't affect the Bible. That affects
no. That comes from the interpretation of the text. You're trying to interpret the text another way in order to shine it in a more positive light.
Well, no, I don't think it's a positive light. I think it's still bad. I think it's still bad that slavery what happened. However, it was still discouraged.
No, it wasn't. There were rules for it passed down. Deuteronomy, Leviticus.
Correct, there were rules. But
New Testament.
There were ways to loophole your slaves into being your slaves for life.
The rules were there to justify that slave masters, even though it was discouraged, treating your slaves fairly was still a rule that was given because God didn't want his slaves of righteousness, as you would call them, to be treated unfairly by their earthly masters.
Which included beating them, but not so badly that they die within 3 days.
Would you link a verse to that? I'm unfamiliar.
Beating your slaves.
It just seemed like God could have saved us all a little bit of trouble and just said in one of those commandments.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave. Sorry, I got the deal. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
All right, 1 second. I'm flicking to Exodus now.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
The fact that people are forced to do things they don't want to do in a slave-master relationship is sufficient for me to say, hey, this is slavery. But I also agree with the observations that have been put forward here, because the Bible does say very clearly, as J.L. Warren had just quoted, so that is slavery, it is chattel slavery.
They are your property.
But the question was not about, the question from John Rapp was not about chattel slavery. It was just about slavery. And so, anyway, I see that as unethical and immoral. And I guess once we're on that, we can quickly talk about genocide and world killing flood. Genocide, an example of genocide, in my view, would be the Amalekites, the attempted genocide against them, which seems to have been largely successful, unfortunately. And then also after that, there's the world flood that there doesn't seem to be scientific evidence for. Like these are all examples of the deity, I think, being pretty horrible. And the fact that we don't actually have evidence of the entire world flooding and covering every mountaintop, that's a huge amount of water. To me, seems that is sufficient reason right off the bat to have serious doubts about believing in this God. It certainly doesn't convince me. Like one of the big problems with that is that if there was that much water on our planet, it would squash everything. It's just the weight is just too much. As people go deeper into the ocean, the equipment that we use to go down deeper has to be stronger to withstand the pressure, the force of all the weight of all the water above. So, the idea that fishes and whales and all these things didn't need to be on the ark because they could just swim around is ridiculous, because they'd be dead from all the changes to the environment. But yeah, you're just going to address the slavery thing first, I think, and then you can quickly move on to genocide and world flood if you like, and then we should.
I'll finish up. Wait a minute, can I provide a cool fact about the flood?
Go for it.
So if that amount of rain actually happened, it would have superheated the planet and turned the oceans into boiling whatever, and basically sterilized the planet.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, there would have still been extremophiles, and it probably would have re-evolved at some point, maybe, possibly, but it would have basically sterilized the planet.
Basic fluid dynamics also disprove this thing. We understand fluid dynamics and aerodynamics. That much water on the planet it's not possible. It did not occur. We know that for a fact. So, unless you want to appeal to magic.
Okay, we'll move on to genocide in a minute, and then we'll move on to the flood. When we move on to the flood, we can talk about the floods. For now,
Exodus 20. Exodus, I think it was 21, 20 through 21.
Yep.
Where it says that the slaves are your property.
I will read through this. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hands, he shall be avenged. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money. When men strive together and hit a pregnant woman so that her children come out, but there is no harm, the one who hit her shall surely be fined, as a woman's husband shall impose on him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. So we are looking at this. It obviously looks quite bad. If we turn a page before, these commandments are to the Hebrews. The Hebrews specifically, they were not to be put on anyone else, as obviously you may know. So
where does it say that it's not to be put on anyone else?
Well, this is Exodus. This is rules for the Hebrews escaping Egypt.
Okay, but Taco's right. Where does it say that those rules don't apply to anybody else?
These rules don't apply to anyone else at the time. They should apply to us now, because at the time,
where's that distinction made?
No, these rules apply.
If they had just said this only applies to Hebrews, the whole slave trade of the North Atlantic could have been avoided.
Listen, this applies to the Hebrews because the Hebrews at the time were some of the only people of God. The others would ignore them. These rules were not rules of sin. They were rules to keep the Hebrews in line, so they did not do what they did at the mountain and build Baal. So these rules were to keep the Hebrews from straying. They were not to keep the Hebrews from committing sin.
So you're saying, in essence, God needed to imply barbaric rules to keep his chosen people in line because God did not trust that they could handle their own affairs.
Well, jail, what he had to do was he knew they were going to sin, right? And so if they were just beating people normally, that would be a sin, right? But if they're their slaves and there's specific ritual laws for the slavery they can follow, it doesn't matter. It's not a sin, right?
I think that is heavily a misunderstanding.
This is a shite God you're arguing for. I'm just going to say that outright.
If you see laws of don't hit pregnant women and treat your slaves fairly as barbaric, I think that's an issue with you. I don't think it's an issue with God.
Where does it say treat your slaves fairly?
Okay.
Where are those words in there?
The laws about slaves cover it all. I will quickly flick through. If you want to have a discussion among yourselves, you can have so.
Are you just claiming that they treated slaves fairly back then, or are you claiming that the book said to treat slaves fairly?
I'm claiming that God told them to treat slaves fairly. The Hebrews
please cite that.
Obedience to God.
Please cite the scripture where God said, treat your slaves fairly.
If you will give me a minute.
And then please, juxtapose that against Paul saying, all slaves should obey their masters, even the cruel ones.
Right. We're going to start at the very beginning. We're going to start at verse 1. Now these are the rules that you shall set before them when you buy a Hebrew slave. He shall serve for 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, their wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. If a slave plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to God, and he shall bring him to the door or the doorpost. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall be his slave forever. An all.
Yeah, that's that loophole we were talking about. In order to take your slave who would be temporary and make them permanent.
No. An all is used. It's a stitching device, as far as I'm aware.
An all
Hey, real quick.
An all is a nail.
Did you just describe chattel slavery?
That's chattel slavery.
This is specifically saying if the slave says he loves his master, then he will keep to his master.
Do you think a slave would not say that if they were in love with the wife that was given to them in order to keep his family together?
If the wife was given to him and he says he loves his master and the wife instead of just saying he loves the wife, then...
Well, no, if he says it, but if he loves the wife but doesn't love the master, would he just say, well, I can deal with the cruel master so long as I get to stay with my wife?
I don't see what you're trying to say.
If I have a slave and that slave's going to go free in 6 years, okay, and then I give that slave a wife and they get married and they fall in love and they are together, then the 6 years comes up, the year of Jubilee, and then that guy's he's got to go now. But he doesn't want to leave because he doesn't want to leave his wife. He doesn't like me. Because I'm a shitty slave owner, okay? Because I'm a slave owner, but he doesn't want to leave his wife because any kids that they had and the wife are still technically my property, but he doesn't want to leave them because he's their dad, okay? That's his children. So he says, "Yeah, I love my master," and he just says that so he can stay with his wife and his kids. That is a loophole that is utilized to keep them in bondage forever.
If you were using a loophole to be a loophole, then you're going to be punished accordingly, because it was the backbiters essentially who would be punished the most on Earth. This isn't at all in regards to the supernatural punishment. This is entirely on Earth. So what is said essentially is if you are using a wife as a tool to bring in your slave, and your slave is a man of God, God obviously will tell you, will tell the slave even, that it is not his place to take that wife because that wife will entrap him. The God protects those who.
Okay, where's the record of that in the Bible? Or is that an assumption you're making in order to justify the position in the Bible?
No, that's not an assumption I'm making. It doesn't justify anything. It is clearly stated, Psalm 91, in fact. If I can just flick through, if you'll give me a bit of time.
I just want to point out that if it wasn't for religion, there would be no more defense of slavery. We would not be going through this. It's the only last.
Well, you know what? Bible study is a little boring on this because it's already been pointed out that the system is a loophole. It's designed to ensnare people who normally would be in bondage temporary, to ensnare them and keep them in servitude forever. Okay, by giving them a wife. And then if they have kids, but the wife and kids are still mine, he's got to go free, but he doesn't want to leave his kids. So he says that he loves his master and loves his wife. So then I get to stick a nail through his ear and now he's mine forever. This is a loophole system designed to keep people in servitude forever. It's because I give them a wife. Okay. If I was a slave and I was given a wife and maybe I didn't really love her all that much, maybe we just kind of got along because we're slaves, but then we have kids and I love my children very much. I'm not leaving my kids. Flat out. They're my children. I'm not going to leave them just because it's the year of Jubilee. I'm not just going to abandon my kids. So, yeah, I would say, yep, I'm going to stay. I love my master. I love my wife. I'm going to stay so I can be there for my children. All right? Unless they're complete douchebags of oh, nope, I'm free. I'm out. Peace. And then they just do, which I'm willing to bet that also happened. Okay? But this is a loophole built into the system that was predicated that is these are the rules set down by God. This is the way it is. This is why we're justified in doing it. This is all man-made up. This is all made up. And the fact that your Christian God doesn't actually exist because it can't exist by definition, then it's all made up by human beings. So I think the Bible study, I think we're done with the Bible study.
Okay, we can move on from slavery if you want.
I don't want to. This was a relevant question from YouTube. It has absolutely nothing to do with the topic. Get back to the topic, next speaker, evidence of God.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming up, Potto. Do you have any last words you'd like to say?
Last words. God bless you all. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
If you ever want that demonstration, Potto, let me know. You can message me on the channel or email me, but we'll demonstrate how your Christian biblical God does not exist.
Thank you, Potto.
Potto, check your DMs.
Okay, thank you for coming on, Potto. Who's next?
I can't read this name, but what's your name, man?
Zaiyim. Hey guys, how you all doing?
What's going on?
Pretty good. How are you?
How are you?
Yeah. First of all, my vocabulary is not really good, so English is not my first language. I'm going to try my best to explain you guys.
You're doing quite well, so don't worry about it.
So
same for me. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. The God I'm going to argue here is Islamic God, like independent. You know what I'm talking about, right? So I'm not going to be responsible. I'm not going to represent any of the gods or any other religions. And I would request you all to give me some time to make all my points, because otherwise I would forget. Like, give me like 15 to 20 minutes.
No.
15 to 20 minutes is way too long for this.
Okay, how about 10 minutes?
For something short, if you keep it under a couple of minutes, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll try.
Well, you're not representing a god. You're not.
No, I'm representing only Islamic God, not any.
Okay,
other God.
so Allah. Okay, gotcha.
Also, I will say when people aren't live, they don't realize how much like 5 or 10 minutes are. But like a minute or two is actually a good solid time frame. So a minute or two, it's yours, Islamic God.
Yeah,
what
like,
you got?
The guy, he spent like 1 hour here, so I'm allowed to do like at least 5-10 minutes.
You're good.
So you have evidence for Allah. Please present your evidence.
What I want to do is, I want to make a point of how many arguments there are for the existence of God versus how many arguments there are for against the existence of God. This I want to make a point of. So
why does that matter?
Because then it would be you have more reasons to believe in God than to not believe in God.
Hang on. Sorry, Zaiyim.
Yeah.
I have no reason to believe in God because I can demonstrate that it doesn't exist.
Wait,
so
okay,
what does Allah? So in the face, no. I'm asking this. T-Jump, I'm going in a direction. T-Jump, I'm going in a direction. Let me finish. So if I can empirically prove, if I can empirically demonstrate that the God does not exist, what hope does any argument have in the face of that?
I want to address what his actual point here.
That's where I'm going. That's the direction I'm going. T-Jump.
Look, man. Not everybody gonna believe, even if you can prove. Like, you still have flat earthers. What you gonna do about them? Like, I can't prove you all, bro. Even if I can, like, I can make arguments. I can make like points. I can't convince you. I can't prove you, bro. Like, that's up to you.
Okay, no. But no. See, this is where I was going, T-Jump. But Zaiyim, what's the name of the stage?
Convince us. Yeah, I can't convince you. I can only make points.
And you just said that,
brother, I can't be certain that I can convince you. I can try. So I'm gonna make points of that, right?
He made a good point. He made a good point, which is the number of arguments. He said the number of arguments for God is greater than the number of arguments against God. That's fine.
Yeah. So like, even if we have like the most common platform we use to fact check the articles is we use Wikipedia. Even if we go there, you can find the list of arguments for God.
One sec. So I agree. The list of arguments for God is greater, like academically published list of arguments for God is greater than the arguments against God. That's true. Arguments, the fact that they exist isn't evidence that they're true, right?
Okay, I just want to mention all the arguments that are for God.
We are very, very familiar. You can just give a list of them. I know them: teleological, ontological, moral.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you a list of them. Okay.
No, I don't want the list. I want to know why you think it matters the number of arguments, because I can make infinitely many arguments that God does not exist. Making up a bunch of arguments doesn't add evidence. The number of arguments.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you all the most strongest of the arguments against the existence of God is this.
I don't want a list.
Brother, if you don't want my points, then how can I even say anything here?
I want you to tell me why the list matters. Why does the list of arguments add up to evidence?
Because from our point of view, if you add up a bunch of crap, it's still going to be crap. Like, you could give us 1,000 crappy arguments, they're going to be.
I'm not going to talk about no crap here. Like, what I'm saying is that there are there are like hundreds of reasons to believe that there is a God and to know and to acknowledge that there is a God, then there is not even like one solid point to believe that there is no God. So I just want to like mention all of it in as a whole. Like you will have the whole image of how much of a difference there is and how wise it would be to believe in a God and to eliminate the risk of not going to hell.
Like 0 plus 0 plus 0 is still 0. So even if you have 1,000 zeros,
brother, no. Look, I'm not gonna give you 0 plus 0, man. I'm gonna give you 1 plus 1 plus 1.
Wait.
The point is
I
gonna be
understand.
valuable.
I understand your argument. I'm just trying to help you understand here. So if you said there's a lot of arguments for God's existence, but if they're all very small numbers, like if they're all 1,
no, they're not small numbers.
Wait. Just listen.
I just want to mention them, bro.
Stop. Just listen. So if you have a whole bunch of arguments that are very, very small, they add up together to be very, very small. So if there's 0.0001 plus 0.001, 0.002. So if you have one argument that's very, very strong, like something that's God is a round square or something, and that argument would be a bigger number. That's like 100.
Yeah, true. Yeah, definitely agree with you.
Wait. So if there's one argument that's very strong, it's better than a whole bunch of arguments that are very weak, right?
But there are hundreds of evidence who are very strong against the argument of non-existence of God. I just want to mention those. That's it.
Hold up. So the point here is that the number of arguments is irrelevant. What matters is the strength of the arguments, right? So who cares how many arguments there are? We want to know what is a strong.
I never
argument.
said that they're weak, bro. I said they are strength, like they are strong.
I understand. What you said was there's a lot of arguments for God's existence. We don't care about that. We just want to know a strong one. Give us a strong argument that indicates God more than not God.
So here's my request. I just want to this is my request. Would you allow me to mention all of the strong points, like all the strong arguments? Is it allowed here? Can I do that?
No, Zaiyim, pick your best. Pick your best one.
I've been through every single.
I'm gonna name them all. I'll try to name them all in 1 minute.
It sounds like what you're about to do is just say kalam and cosmological argument. We know those.
Not that.
Stop.
No, not just kalam.
Stop. So I've been through each and every one of those arguments. I know where each and every one of them is wrong.
Okay, maybe you've been through, but not everybody. I just want to make.
Wait. Stop. I don't care about the names. What I want is to go through one of the arguments. Try to find out, is it a strong argument or a weak argument? Is it one of the big numbers or one of the small numbers? Give us an example of one argument that you think works as a good number.
Look, man.
And I'll see if I can show it's not.
Yeah, your best argument. Give the number one.
Yeah, give your best
look,
one.
Man, I'm not. Look,
if you have several good ones, pick the best. Don't deflect.
Listen.
Just
But
pick the
this
best.
is like when I came here. I told you guys that what I want to do is I want to mention those. So if you can allow me, I don't want to debate. I don't want to reason with one argument and go.
And you're not wasting your time. So pick your best and let's go from there.
Here, let's compromise. Pick 2 of them. Pick 2 of your best.
No, man.
This
is not what I want to do, man. Like I wanna, because my point is that when I will mention all of them at once, it will almost convince you, because this is what it's about.
If they're all bad arguments, why would they convince us? If it's just a bunch of bad arguments, why are they going to convince us? Try one. Try one.
Bro.
If we go over them one by one and just go down the line, what's the problem?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just want to name them. Like, I just want to explain.
That's called a shotgun fallacy. That's a shotgun fallacy. Shotgun fallacy.
It doesn't even take like 2 minutes, bro.
No,
it doesn't even take 2 minutes.
Okay,
you can't give me 2 minutes on stage.
I'd like to suggest something. I think like the fundamental problem here, and what I'm going to suggest is that you maybe bring your best argument. But what I'm going to say is that the problem here is you've got this idea of using statistics to decide on opinion statistics to decide on something, and T-Jump is correctly calling this the shotgun fallacy. Just because you have more reasons in favor of something and less reasons something, that's democratizing it. What people will vote on in a democracy is not necessarily consistent with reality, and so it doesn't matter. There can be an example would be where you've had like kind of the bandwagon fallacy is also kind of being hinted at here. You're saying you've got more arguments in favor of it and less against it, and therefore you should believe it. There was a time when the vast majority of people thought that the sun revolved around the earth. that didn't make it correct. It was still wrong. So what we really want here is something that's factual, that'll actually work. And it can just be one solid argument. It doesn't matter. You can have 5 million arguments against it, and you have one that is actually accurate and factual. That's the one that wins out. So that's what we're after here. So my suggestion is maybe just pick one argument and let's go forward with that. Does that sound okay to you?
I'm gonna be honest, bro. No, it doesn't sound honest, because that's not what I came here for. Like, I want to make all the points at once.
It's not a good argument. I'm sorry, but if you're just going to say, like, I'm going to just go over... I was just using the Kalam, but if you're just going to go over a dozen different titles of arguments, that's not convincing. Like, I'm not sure what that's supposed to do.
What if every single one of them are as strong as Al-Kalam's argument?
No,
Then the if they're all as strong as the Kalam, then we should not believe in a god. That's easy.
I can prove every single argument on that list is a 0. Pick one, and I'll prove it's a 0.
You're saying they're all ones. We're trying to say you have a long list of arguments that are not good. That is what we're saying. So if you have a disagreement, you actually think your list is a bunch of good arguments. Explain why.
Okay, we can compromise. We can do this. Okay, so I can name all of them, and you can bring me one that you disagree with. That okay? You can say that. Okay, how is this?
You just name one and let's disagree with it.
Last chance. Pick one you think works. We say it does not work, and we can debate on if it
No,
works.
man, I can't do that, bro. I can't debate with like. No, I'm sorry. What I came for was something else, so I can't do that.
Would you be able to list? Would you be able to list 10 of them? Would you be able to list 10 of them within less than a minute?
I can do this like within 1 minute. I can name all of them.
Okay, let's do that and number them, please.
I don't want to listen to a list of arguments that are bad.
Hey, we're gonna give them 1 minute to talk. Let's hear it.
All right. The first one is Aquinas 5 ways. That is like an event may or may not happen, so everything must be created by something that must exist, and nothing is self-existent, so everything must be created by something that is self-existent. Or you have another one that's reality is contingent, so everything must be created by something that's immutable, or that you no good thing is supremely good. Okay, no good thing is supremely good, so everything must be created by something that is supremely good.
Not a sound argument.
Accept that either. Keep on
Okay,
going.
life has a purpose. Life has a purpose, so everything must be created by something that
We
determines.
don't agree. Life has a purpose. Keep on going.
That's an assumption.
Okay, cosmological arguments, you already know about that. And then you have empirical arguments like.
It's a short list
then
so
you have
far.
empirical. Can I just speak? Because you gave me 1
'cause your
minute.
arguments are garbage. We're going to debunk
Okay,
your
you can
arguments
tell
as
me
you say
after
them.
1 minute, bro. You gave me 1 minute.
We're going to
He's
debunk
gonna
as
list,
you say
he's
them.
gonna list 10 arguments here in 1 minute's time. So he's up to 3 already. So go ahead, carry on. Let's just let him finish.
And then you have empirical arguments that talks about like the beauty of the existence, like how creative the cosmos and our the mechanism of eyes and brains and everything, how it's arranged. And then you have the argument of consciousness, and then you have the history of God, how it's always been there, that it's a new concept of non-existence of God. Then you have the three question argument, that how we came into existence, what is our purpose of existence, and then where we go after we die. And then you have argument of miracles, like we witnesses of miracles, falsifying test of scriptures, argument of witness testimony, historical events from everywhere around the globe about miracles and God's existence, the fear of God, that you can't mock a God, and the God is being feared globally, so it must be a real thing. Otherwise, everybody could be mocking the God, and everybody could disrespect it openly and
Which we do.
without any fear. The question of life.
We'll never allow this again. We'll never allow this waste of time again. Like, all of those are better explained.
Okay,
by
no problem.
Those are all false.
No
Easily
problem.
proven false. I've already done that.
Okay, so what I'm going to say here is I'm going to take all those arguments together as a syllogism, put them together as a whole single argument, because that's what's happening. You're presenting all of these, saying they're better. That is, in effect, a syllogism. The syllogism fails because there's a problem with a number of those arguments. All we need to do is stop at any one of them, and that's it. So we'll take the Kalam cosmological argument, for example.
but brother, there are
And
bigger number of problems with.
The problem is that the Kalam cosmological argument, for example, it doesn't actually connect anything to a specific deity. So it's a non sequitur. So right off the bat, we could use that alone to fail that syllogism. So I'm not convinced by the arguments that you've put forward here. That's where I'm at.
You can also insult the god. He's easily insultable. You can insult their prophets. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
You can't openly do this. You can't openly
we can openly
no,
say,
you
watch,
can't openly go on tweet.
Watch. I openly am making fun of the Muslim god right now. Nana nana boo boo.
This is
Why?
Discord.
How's
this is Discord. You can't openly go on street and try. Like it's a fact. You can't. You're not safe to do that in a Christian country.
Wait, you're not.
You're not even safe to do that in a Christian country.
I don't know what Christian country you're talking about. The United States isn't a country, but in the United States, you're very safe to say that. I feel like I don't even know where you got that from.
Whoa, God, so many people talking at once. So many people talking at once. Zaiyim, just because your country puts people to death for being apostates or speaking out against God on the street doesn't entail that your God exists. Yes, I can go out on the street here. Yes, I can go out here in the street and I can talk against God and say that God doesn't exist and God's not going to knock me down and my country's not going to put me to death. You know why? Because your God does not exist. Every argument that you quiet. Every argument that you put forward, the entire list of that, every single one of them was fallacious for a different reason.
They're a Christian.
Fallacious. So
yeah, I know, man. Like, look, just let me say this.
Christian?
Oh, he's Muslim.
I'm not Christian.
Then why is he quoting Aquinas?
Yeah, Aquinas.
Look, man. What I'm trying to say is this: that you know how easy it is to prove that Earth is round, but you still have flat earthers. They will. I can't do anything about it if they don't accept, right? But on the other hand, if you look at how many evidence there is for flat Earth, it's nothing compared to the evidence of globe Earth. Like if you compare that to the evidence of non-existence of God,
no evidence.
They go like how God created, who created God? If God created everything, there's no scientific evidence.
Zaiyim,
like God wouldn't make it obvious. Like God would
Zaiyim,
let me say this.
Zaiyim, there is zero evidence for a flat Earth. Zero. And there
but they still have flat earthers giving some points.
I don't care. I don't care about flat earthers. You have zero evidence of a God.
And I was about to say there is zero evidence for your God.
Look. You can't find like pieces of God falling on earth. Like if God would rather make it all in heaven and show us himself that okay, here I am. He wouldn't put us on earth for that.
I don't care.
Why would he do? Like why would he give like scientific obvious reason when this is a test?
All of the arguments you listed are garbage. We can prove them false. Naturalism has evidence. Yours doesn't. So all of your arguments are debunked. You have no evidence. You have no arguments. You have no evidence. You have nothing.
You're not just not convinced. Yeah.
No. I can prove deductively your arguments are garbage and have zero weight.
You tried to use consciousness as an argument. That doesn't have anything to do with the God.
Huh?
You tried to bring up one of the things was consciousness. That's just my trigger word for a topic. That has nothing to do with the God. Your whole list. I wish I could find a good argument so that we could just stick to it. And
pick one argument you think indicates a God, and we'll prove you wrong very easily. Pick an argument.
Oh, you can pick any of them, bro.
No, you pick an argument you think works.
Do you think any of them are good? Do you think any of them are good arguments?
Let's go with cosmological.
The universe began to exist. The universe has a cause. That cause does not have to be a God. It could be a quantum field. Problem solved. Doesn't indicate a God.
No, tell me this. Okay, it's not a God, okay, but there are dependent things, but the creator must be independent.
Sure, and the independent thing can be a quantum field that isn't a God.
Okay, but if this independent thing has always been there, then why did something came out of as a dependent being at a certain point, like 1,000 years ago? Why it didn't happen 2,000 years ago?
It wasn't. It was always there. It was always there. It was always there.
Yeah.
Different topic.
That's what I'm saying.
Topic.
Look. If this independent being has always been there.
Wait. So to answer your question, there could be a non-dependent being, an independent quantum field that's always been there, and it has quantum fluctuations that can happen random intervals.
Yeah, I agree, bro.
Why it happened. Wait. And that's why it happened. A Big Bang happened at this point and not at the infinitely many times before it. It's perfectly fine to have a necessary being with no mind have quantum fluctuations that causes things to happen at one point and not infinitely many other points.
Yeah, but dude, but if this thing has been there forever and it was making changes, whatever quantum changes it was making,
no, I did not say that. I said
why...
it did not happen. Did not happen. So there's a necessary being that exists outside of space-time And it created a one change at the Big Bang that had never happened before because of random quantum fluctuations, and that's it.
But why at that point? Why it didn't happen before that?
Random quantum fluctuations is a part of its nature. You don't need consciousness for that.
Okay, even if you don't need consciousness, that thing has been there forever, right?
No. It exists outside of space-time. Outside of space-time. There's no time before it.
So what you mean? It has not been there forever?
No, there is no before.
Yeah, T-Job's going to have a problem
that
if you
is
say
always
forever.
there. But that is always there.
If you say forever, that implies time.
So the quantum field exists at the exact same, like it replaces God. There is no God. Whatever you think God did, nope, not there. The quantum field did it, and it doesn't need a mind. It's just a part of its nature.
No, just tell me this. This independent being that you're talking about is a quantum mechanics or whatever. If it is always not being there, then like
it's
what's
immutable,
the case?
Dude.
It's like your God. Was your God always there?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then the quantum field was always there.
Then why it happened at that point?
Why did God do it?
Why did God do it at that time?
Because God made a choice.
Right, and so this thing had a quantum fluctuation. Problem solved.
But then why didn't it happen before that?
See, that's not actually answering it when you say God has a choice.
Why didn't God make the choice earlier?
Because that was his choice.
Oh my God!
That can only happen by a choice. It can't happen by like randomness. It can't happen by like changes or randomness. It can only happen by choice. If you never make a like this to make a robot, the robot would never ever exist.
Stop. So you just said that the reason God made a choice at this point and not before this point was because he can make a choice as a part of his nature whenever he wants. Quantum field can fluctuate as a part of its nature however it wants. Problem solved. Has equal parity.
But this has been there forever, my man. Like this is a problem.
Yes,
like
just like God.
This
God
thing
was
is
there forever.
unconscious, and
The
this
quantum
thing has
field was
been
there.
there forever.
No. That's the same. That's the exact same for both. God was there forever.
No, it's
quantum
not.
field was there. Wait,
It's
stop.
not.
Listen to the words. God was there forever. Quantum field was there forever. God made a choice at one point. Quantum field had fluctuation at one point. He didn't make a choice before.
Bro,
didn't make a fluctuation before.
Yeah, the problem is this: the quantum mechanics or whatever it was there, and it was whatever reacting and whatever reaction happened. It can't randomly happen at one point when it has always been there.
No, that's
always.
Oh my God! You're just basically
so just like God, because it's always been there.
No, but God can make a choice whenever he wants.
Stop. So quantum fields can have delayed reactions. They don't need to happen immediately. They can happen like a uranium decay. Doesn't happen immediately. Infinitely.
Can you prove me that? Can you prove me that?
Yes, we have proven that. That's literally a thing in physics. Quantum reactions
can you
and
prove?
decaying of particles.
Can you tell me the mechanism behind how does it happen?
Yes, quantum
Because
fluctuations.
then we would have a strong argument that God does not exist.
I've literally just told you all of the facts. There are quantum fluctuations. We can demonstrate them with uranium decay.
Fact, God is a fact, then I can say, like, but you can prove me
Shut
how
up and listen. Shut up and let me finish. Shut up.
Okay.
The answer is quantum fluctuations have been proven to exist. We can empirically demonstrate them. We have examples of them in uranium decay, particle decay. We can see they happen, even though they have an infinite amount of time they could happen. They don't. They wait. Happen at random intervals, just like a quantum
but there
fluctuation.
are no such proof. But there are no But there are no such
there
proof.
Is literally that proof. I literally just explained.
No, that is not a proof. That is not a proof that this thing has always been there, and at a random point it just boom.
No. All I need to prove is that it can cause an event at a random interval without a decision. That's what I proved.
I'm having a hard time. What's the difference between this and God? Like, it just sounds the same to me. It sounds like you're saying is it can't be that because that has to be God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's special pleading.
Is what?
So there's no evidence consciousness can exist without matter. There is evidence quantum fields can exist as a basis of reality. Quantum fields can create things. They do it all the time, called virtual particles. Google the Casimir effect. We have empirical evidence of this. There is no evidence minds can do anything, that decisions can happen ever outside of physics. So our hypothesis has evidence. Yours has nothing.
I'm not saying
you have nothing.
I'm not saying it's just consciousness.
Well, I also want to point out saying that it made a choice is not an explanation. If you ask someone, like, why did Bob go to the store? And you say, because he made a choice. Well, I mean, technically that is true. He made a choice, but that's not why he went. Maybe he needed milk. So you say, why? How did God?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Great. Now, exactly. If that quantum thing has always been there, then why did it need something else or some reaction at that point? This thing has been there. You're just denying the fact that it has always been there.
Oh,
always.
Wrong. It can always be there and have one interaction that happens at a delayed response. Like
you have never proved that. Nobody have ever proved that. There's no
have literally proven that. We have literally proven that. That's called uranium decay. We have literally proven that in the lab. We can literally prove that.
Uranium decay. Well, you need uranium for that. You need other bunch of stuff for that. There has to be a beginning, and somehow you don't understand the mechanics of how this quantum physics works. And then randomly it happened to be at that point, so you think it happened randomly. So
that's not the case. Intervals. Intervals are a thing. The fact that something has existed in the past doesn't mean that.
I don't know what that word means. Can you explain to me?
Things happen at different rates. Different things happen at different rates.
Okay, maybe you just don't know how the mechanism of this works, but obviously in this world, when we use quantum mechanics, we have a cause for that quantum physics.
Yeah, the quantum field is the cause. The quantum field is the cause. Its fluctuations happen at intervals, and so the fact that the universe happened now and not before is an interval, and that interval is perfectly explained by the quantum field. You don't need a mind or consciousness at all to explain any of that.
It's like you're saying that, the Big Bang happened and then the solar system came into existence, and then the distance from the creation of solar system till the creation of Earth is this, and it was random. You just don't understand the mechanism of. But I'm just saying that this is how.
Nothing to do with the solar system. This was that.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example.
Example doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. So there was an infinitely existing quantum field. It has an interval of between infinite past and today it created the Big Bang. Problem solved. And that's quantum fluctuation. It has intervals in its nature. You don't need a choice for that.
Can you explain me how quantum physics works? Can you show me the mechanism of how it works? How it is random? Can you prove me that? How it is random without any cause?
That's what the delayed quantum eraser explanation does. Or the delayed quantum
eraser.
But
that has a cause. But that has a cause. But that has a cause, man.
No, it doesn't. Google randomness, Google physics, Google the foundational attitudes of physics.
Yeah, but it has a cause.
This. No, it doesn't. Randomness is a force in nature. It does not.
Can you prove me somehow that it doesn't have a cause?
Yes, I literally just answered that question. Google delayed quantum eraser. Google foundational attitudes towards quantum mechanics, and then do a Control F search for randomness. It'll say in the poll of physicists, randomness is a fundamental force in nature. You can explain it. You can read the explanation. It's right there.
Okay, first of all, I'm not an expert in quantum mechanics. I don't have that much knowledge, so I'm not the right guy to debate this. But I'm pretty sure if I can go back and come back again, I can reason with this, because there are millions of reasons and there are millions of evidence of existence of God as a sign, not as a scientific evidence, so-called planets falling down from skies like that, so parts of God falling down.
Go do the research.
Okay, I will do it. I will come back. Inshallah. Yeah.
Check the paper, foundational attitudes towards physics. Look for the randomness section where it says randomness is a fundamental force in nature.
Cool, I'll do that.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I would just say that, I would just recommend you all to read Quran, because that what we say is the evidence, like a miracle of, like a living miracle. So I would just suggest all of you, because for example, if something goes trending on Twitter for 20 days, we take a look at what it is. This book has been trending for 1,400 years by 2 billion people claiming that it's the word of God. So it's worth taking a look at it. So yeah, have a good day, everybody, and
Thank you, man.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you very much. I have read some parts of the Quran. I know that others here have read a lot more than I have. I appreciate your time, and I think in future we got to be very careful, as T-Jump was pointing out, that we're looking for an argument. If you had 2 or 3 arguments together that you wanted to put as one set, that's fine. But this gentleman, he'd come up, he wanted to put a list on that would take 20 minutes to go through the list. That's just not what this show is about. That would be more appropriate for a show all of its own, where someone's doing a one-on-one with him, someone like J.L. Warren or Peter DeTucker or even T-Jump if he was interested, I guess. Kind of have those kinds of shows. We're kind of looking for things that are a bit quicker than quite a bit quicker than 20 minutes here.
Well, I thought it was... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Amy. My bad.
It's just, it doesn't convince anyone, I think, to just... not to say a gish gallop, but to basically just shotgun out a bunch of ideas if you can't tackle them individually one by one. He could have had 20 great arguments, and all of them were amazing, but they're all separate. They all need to stand or fall on their own. And so I just think it's a poor strategy to convince us. Come back with your best arguments, maybe the three that really convince you and will convince others, and then we can talk about them. But I appreciate it.
I just thought it was interesting. I thought it was pretty much over when he admitted at the very beginning that he could not convince us.
That was funny.
He just straight up admitted.
He said it was a
like
argument.
That's usually probably grounds for ending it right there.
What was he talking
I'll
about?
do that in the future.
He was like, it's a bad argument or something, and then he went and shotgunned an argument.
Two things. I want to say two things there. First, Amy's right that lists are not evidence. They literally are not evidence. Just giving a list is not. There's no premises. There's no conclusion. It's a list. It's a complete waste of time. Don't let people give lists. It's a waste of time. Second thing is, I disagree with JL that when he says that they can't convince us, it's not like an admission. They're just poisoning the well, saying you're just biased. That's what they mean by that. So it's not. They're making an argument. That's an argument that we're biased.
Well, we recognize that. But if he's just going to admit that up front, then that should have been grounds for the end of the conversation.
Now, I just want to make one quick note about syllogism. When you have the more premises you have, the greater risk you're taking at the syllogism being shot down, because you're exposing yourself to more arguments. So the best approach here is to try to keep the arguments as simple as possible. A little word of advice.
Room.
Sorry?
Less wiggle room.
You got it. So give us a tighter, better argument. We welcome it. And welcome glowy Zoidberg. I hope.
What you got for us today?
I will keep my religious beliefs or status ambiguous for now, right? I just want to ask you a question, and we can use this as a platform for a discussion. Question is as follows. Why aren't all facts and intelligibility grounded in the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God? This is for everybody here who's an atheist.
That's not answering the question, though.
The Abrahamic God has nothing to do with if things are intangible or if we can comprehend things. So there's nothing going from like killing a rabbi to everything becoming tangible. So I would actually just love to know from the pre-sup view what God has anything to do with intangibility, how it makes anything, understandable and coherent. It just seems like a voidless, vapid claim for people that don't want to present evidence for the fact that they think that a man came back 72 hours after decomposition.
Sorry, just a word to clarify.
Isn't this just
sorry, we got to clarify. Excuse me, we just got to clarify. Did you say intelligibility, or did you use a different word? Sorry.
I will repeat the question. Why aren't all facts and intelligibility grounded in the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God?
Because it's grounded in quantum field, or the quantum field.
Wait, so essentially, Zoidberg, you're asking the opposite of what Jeff Trimble asks of pre-subs.
It's Darth's question, dude.
Yeah, so Jeff Trimble will ask pre-subs for basically the argument for the first premise of the tag. You want us to argue the negative of that.
Yes.
Yeah, so you think a disembodied mind exists. Why?
I never made any claims that it exists. I'm asking if...
Well then, facts can't be grounded in something that doesn't exist. So, I mean, are we done?
Why do you think it doesn't exist?
Because of the way that we know consciousness. Consciousness needs a physical medium. It generally seems to be an emergent property that came billions of years after. And so a god would actually be putting the cart before the horse. A god doesn't make anything tangible or understandable or comprehensible. That's just, nonsense.
There is insufficient evidence or logical argumentation to support the claim that a god exists. Therefore, we reject the claim that a god exists. By extension, we're atheists. So that's literally this is just a shifting of the burden of proof. So the burden of proof is still on you to demonstrate why things are grounded in the mind of this god. So you still have to justify the first premise of the tag.
Is it not possible for us to have consciousness outside of the material?
I don't think so.
That seems impossible.
Is it impossible?
Yeah,
probably.
I think that's
Why do you
impossible,
think it's
yes.
impossible?
No, I think it's logically possible. There's no logical contradiction. Why does that matter?
And I'll even go with T-jumps. I'll say it could logically, but it doesn't seem biologically possible right now, from what we know about biology. But
and even if it could, it doesn't entail that it's the Abrahamic God.
Of course. I'm
okay,
just
so you're
trying
still stuck.
To do, like,
you're still stuck with the burden of proof.
There's a difference between logical possibility and actual possibility.
Yeah. Do you have a reason why you think that a mind can exist without a brain?
Oh, I'm just trying to understand what the opinions of the people in the room are. I'm just like trying to like dip my toe.
It seems actually impossible.
Why?
Because there's insufficient evidence and logical argumentation to support the claim that these things exist. That's why they're rejected. That's why the claim is rejected. So that's all the justification that we need.
Mind appeared to evolve over the last 4 or so billion years on Earth. It appears to not have existed prior to this life.
But I think you're taking it too literally, right? Like mind is some sort of like I'm just going to use this word, right? Some sort of a quote unquote machine, right? That does specific, that has like specific actions and.
That's not the Abrahamic God if it's a machine.
Please, can I finish, Taco? Thank you. It has like a specific way it works, right? There's like that we can observe when it comes to a mind, right? And in like not in the biological sense, right? But just in the sense of a mechanistic process or entity that experiences mechanistic process or events that lead to some other process or event, right?
I was with you up until it is the same mechanistically. It doesn't matter if it's biological or a machine. So it doesn't matter if it's organic or metal. It's still.
Of course, but I'm talking about something outside of materials, right? I'm not talking about the material thing.
Is there something that isn't material?
Yeah. I mean,
What would be
conceptually, we
something that
can
isn't material.
I can imagine that, right? I think.
Yes, just because you can imagine it doesn't mean it's just because you can imagine it doesn't mean it's exit to reality.
I never made any claims. I never made any. I just want to be very careful.
How could you imagine something that's not material? That's incoherent.
But
we can imagine plenty of things. Like unicorns are not material.
Hold up. I don't understand the point of anything you said. Like I've lost any recollection of what a point of conversation is.
No, I'm just trying to understand why why is it impossible for intelligibility and facts to be grounded in the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God?
It's not impossible. It's possible. There's just no evidence for it, and so believing it is irrational.
But you would probably say, sorry, TJ, go.
Oh no, I was
done.
I was just basically interrupting to agree, so I probably shouldn't have done that.
But it's pretty much what I said. There is insufficient evidence or logical argumentation to justify the belief, so it's irrational. So that's why. So
go ahead, Chloe.
It's
yeah, sure. There is not enough belief. There is not enough evidence to justify that belief. I completely agree.
Okay.
I would remain skeptic of the existence of the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God. I think that's a fine position to have, don't you?
I do.
Sure. What do you think that entails when it comes to like? Well, I'm gonna make a huge leap. What do you think that entails when it comes to like real world behavior, right?
That the responsibility for our lives are our own.
I can also tell you, the joke is science builds planes and religion flies them into buildings.
Oh, wait. So it says nothing, because the fact that you lack a belief in the Abrahamic God doesn't mean you don't have a positive belief in other things. So there are many spiritual atheists, and so you can have an alternative model of reality that guides your actions independent of lacking belief in a God.
But you can, T-jump. We can pull it like to a higher, like into like a bigger picture type of a scenario, like a bigger scope, right? We can say just a God, right? Doesn't have to be the God of the universe or whatever, right?
And that's why I said there are atheists who are still spiritual. So there are concepts of morality, concepts of purpose and meaning without a God. So even if you have no God at all, you're just contrasting God worldviews versus no God worldviews. you can still have equally everything. Afterlives, purpose, meaning, morality, judgments exist on both of these exactly the same. So there's no not having a God adds no implications whatsoever, other than the fact that there's no like a being who's watching your every move. That part is like the only difference.
I mean, Jack Burton's a deist. Yeah,
so you would agree with me that remaining skeptical in the position of God or the Abrahamic God or any other God probably would entail a life that could be filled with superstition or could be like cold-hearted calculating rationality, right?
Right. It doesn't just delineate between anything. It could be the fact that you don't believe in a God doesn't entail any other beliefs. You can still have any beliefs other than the God and it'd still be fine.
Yeah, gotcha. I understand now. Okay, that's great. Then is it God, the irrational component, the irrational monkey throwing a wrench into the machine, or just the human condition and the fact that we're susceptible to all kinds of irrationalities or metaphysical beliefs, right? That lead our lives and dictate policy, right?
I don't think the previous point would be relevant to whether or not it's just a psychological feature. Like, for example, it's a hypothesis that God exists, and if there was evidence, then it would be rational. But the fact that there isn't any evidence doesn't entail the fact that God's irrational. Those are separate topics. So I don't think there's any evidence of a God, therefore believing it is irrational, but it has nothing to do with whether or not there are any entailments that the belief in God would hold. Those are irrelevant. Those are two different topics.
Sure. I guess, sorry, English is literally my fault language. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if humans are as irrational with or without God, then what is the argument against like belief in God, right? I guess I'm trying to go down to like all my cards on the table, right? Like if with the God or without the God property, right, we're still capable of the same kind of irrationality, then what is the use of like combating the belief in God?
Religion is superstition. And so it actually is a way of us undercutting our own. If you accept one superstitious belief, you open yourself up to not only accepting other superstitious beliefs, you also cut yourself off at the heels for criticizing other people who take superstitious beliefs.
Yeah. Irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors.
So his question is that if we can be equally as irrational as theists and as atheists, then why should we eliminate the irrationality of one belief? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, obviously, if you're irrational in 10 ways and you can reduce that by one, you should. So it doesn't make a difference if we're still irrational in other ways. That doesn't mean it's still not a good thing to eliminate one irrational belief.
Sure, but what if it's like a spectrum, right? Like what if we have like 100 irrational beliefs and one of them is God, right? We remove one, we're still statistically very much as irrational as we were, right?
No, because then we.
So you guys believe like removing God is a huge component.
We have 100 irrationalities. If we have 100 irrationalities and one of them is God, when we eliminate that completely, now we only have 99.
Yeah, but
right.
It would seem that, I guess like it will make like a small difference, right? But
well,
still,
the amount of difference doesn't mean it's not a difference. So if you have 99 splinters and you remove one, that's still good. So you've still moved in the correct direction. So there's still an argument that you should eliminate the one irrational belief more than, or you should obtain the 99 irrational rather than the 100 irrational, and so that would be an improvement. But even if,
of course,
we were equally as irrational, getting rid of one irrational belief is still a good thing. So in and of itself, that would be an argument for why you should.
Would that be a meaningful change?
You mean like in the way that you live?
In the way that you live there.
That's separate from the argument, because the argument that you should get rid of it is because it's one less irrational belief. Not that having one less irrational belief would improve the way you live. If that was the argument, then that argument would not be as sound because it wouldn't make a meaningful difference. But since the argument is simply that you want to hold as many or as few irrational beliefs as possible, and eliminating one irrational belief would be a positive.
Gotcha.
By virtue, by eliminating that irrational belief, then any irrational behavior that would be justified by that irrational belief, you have also eliminated. So,
gotcha. By the way, TJ, I'm a huge fan. I'm an atheist. What do you guys think about Jeff Turnbull's argument?
He's leaving precept bodies all over the place.
Dude,
yeah, I
he's
watch
tearing
some
them
Rabbit all the
apart.
time.
Yeah, I agree with
argument?
He's asking them to justify the
TJ,
first premise of tag.
Yeah, it's basically what is the argument for that supports the first premise of tag, and it's like what is the argument that all intelligibility is grounded in the Abrahamic God, and
all facts and intelligibility.
Yeah, why is that? And so he's asking for a justification for that first premise, and no one's been able to answer it.
What's the first premise?
What's the first premise? Can somebody pull it up, please?
God is a necessary precondition for logic and morality.
For intelligibility. So if that's literally what everyone asks every precept.
Yes. So I guess I was asking, what is the opinion of this from?
Okay, yeah, so God is a necessary precondition for logic and morality, and then what is the justification for that?
He's in the right to ask for the justification.
I mean, of course, but I guess I was asking is that, outside of, because I'm curious, I'm kind of new to debating this, right? And as far as I know, there are two types of theological, pro metaphysical existence, theological positioning, pro God, right? In the case of the Christian God, right? Which is one is evidences and the other is presuppositions, right? And the fact of the matter is that, sure, if somebody's using presuppositions, Jeff Turnbull's argument is pretty good. I agree.
I don't, from what I've heard so far, I don't agree, because the first premise is that God is required for the preconditions of intelligibility, and if you ask, well, what is your justification for that? If there's a competent precept, they're going to say any alternative will lead to contradictions. It's going to be their justification.
Well, that's
Can you explain that?
That's Van Til's response. That's how Van Til justified it. And he was doing that in order to avoid an infinite regress of causes or motions.
Can somebody explain that for me?
So they're saying that if one of the common examples is that if you appeal to naturalism or whatever, you have the problem of induction. You can't solve the problem of induction. Therefore, it doesn't count as a precondition of intelligibility, because in order to count as a precondition of intelligibility, you need infallible justification.
But there's a problem of deduction too.
It's not the point. Obviously, they're making stupid arguments, but the point is what they do is they say there is one of the biggest problems in philosophy we haven't solved yet. Since your worldview doesn't offer a solution to that problem, it's not an infallible justification. Therefore, it can't offer a grounds as a precondition of intelligibility.
Doesn't it have to be just good enough?
You just repeat the same argument back, though, at deduction to them, and you're at a standstill because neither induction nor deduction or even abduction would work.
Oh, you just say that your God can't do it either, but that's separate to the argument, because the way the argument tree would work is first premise is God is required for intelligibility, and then you take this guy's argument, I forgot, it was John or something. What is the justification for the first premise? They would reply, the justification is that any alternatives lead to a logical contradiction. And then you'd ask, what is the contradiction? And the contradiction would be that in order to count as justification, you need infallible knowledge, and this doesn't offer infallible knowledge because of problem of induction or Gödel's incompleteness theorem or problem of universals, whatever. They're just going to offer one of the big philosophical problems, and that would be how their argument would work.
So there is a way to answer it?
Yes,
I mean, there's a correct argumentative line we can use when Jeff asks you this.
Yes, it's just say that any alternative will lead to logical contradictions would be the response.
I would say they have to justify how they know it to be like God and not a sufficiently powerful enough entity. Because they're saying specifically it's this specific thing that is the thing that grounds all things. Now, we could say, sure, there may be a thing that grounds all things, but what's the justification for saying it's the Abrahamic God? Just because you define the Abrahamic God as being this thing doesn't mean that it actually is.
That would be the same thing. They just say that anything other than whatever hypothesis they think would lead to a logical contradiction in acting as the justification.
It's literally just defining it into existence, though, isn't it?
No, because if it can be the case that there is something that as a solution to a problem and everything else entails a logical contradiction. There's no problem with that. And if it's true, then that would count as a justification. So their argument structure is valid and sound it's valid. So if it was sound, it would be true. And it's begging the question. So it's a perfectly fine structure of an argument. It's not just defining it into existence, but it's making an assertion that doesn't have any evidence. Like obviously you can't prove every logically possible alternative has a logical contradiction. It's not even possible to imagine every possible alternative, but structure of the argument is fine.
But wouldn't again? But if they go down that argumentation line, could you just like force them to pick one argumentation line that they think that it's incoherent towards like their worldview, and then just like dissemble that one?
Yes, that would be the next step. That's what I do in my arguments with precepts, because they'll normally mention the problem of induction, problem of underdetermination, Gödel's incompleteness theorem. They pick just any of the unknown problems in physics, and they'll say your worldview can't solve this, mine can, and then we discuss that. So that would be the next logical step in the argument.
Gotcha. I guess but wouldn't that put you on the defensive? Like they would like give you an argument, and they'll say, yeah, you cannot provide sufficient or coherent explanation about this anomaly, right? So therefore, the onus is on you in terms of your worldview.
You ask, how does your God do it?
Kind of seems unfair, right?
Well, no, then you ask, how does your God do it? And then just mirror the answer.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I guess so, yeah. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you, guys. You've been lovely.
Thanks, Zoidberg. Have a good one, man.
Oh.
Thanks for coming by. Who's next?
We've got KazBeatz, who's been in queue for a while, and then Otangelo. KazBeatz, I invited you up.
Because it always kind of felt like to me like they were trying to come up with a reason, essentially, why is everything grounded, and that it could be something, but then they were just defining it as God, because they can stick God into that slot, and so they wind up defining God as that which grounds everything, and so since they defined it in that way, then it necessarily must exist because there has to be something that grounds everything. But there's no way to determine if that's God or a sufficiently powerful entity or some aspect of physics that we don't understand yet. So they were just defining it into existence, which is where I was coming from on that. But apparently I was wrong.
What's going on, Kaz?
Yeah, it is. Just listen to what he's just saying there. This is what I, even just from listening, seem to kind of gather. It's a kind of what is the standard are we conversating on, if you understand what I mean, in terms of what is a God, then is very important to the discussion.
Well, what God do you believe in?
Well, this is the thing. So, I mean, I did sort of want to say, hey, there is a God of something, some kind of power above us, which we don't know. And every religion is just a man-made whatever. People can do whatever they want with that. Me personally, I say that's like man-made type of things. You can take good things from things, you can take that, but that's a whole separate conversation. But in regards to now a kind of something more. So like he was just mentioning, an energy, a whatever you want to refer it to as. That's the important part. One obviously can believe in that, like a God, without abiding by aligning with a religion, a traditional religion, or any type of religion. They might say, "Oh, this is my, this is me, honesty. This is me, Islam." The point is, they have their own one now. So now you go into the conversation of morality. You go into the conversation of all of that stuff. And yeah, it's kind of now listening to people, I'm thinking that that's not going to be sufficient. So it's a case of now what is required to basically prove more or less without all doubt that there is a God, isn't it? Like, for example, having that voice on the prayer, and the prayer, me being able to audibly hear it, me being able to audibly see it. This is why I'm saying in regards to like a religion or anything like that, it's, you have no kind of personal sort of belief in it, trust in it, faith in it, whatever. Whichever religion it is, because of that inherent fact that it's off that same basis, where it's, yeah, I can't see a Jesus, I wasn't there or anything, so the God now falls into that same aspect. So now, in my opinion, and me personally, in terms of what I would align with, you can believe in that God without the religion, firstly. So now it's why and what the proof is, which is why you come to that conclusion, correct? So now it's going to be on a basis of tangible. I suppose it's the most like reliable, the most you guys would probably prefer. If I could shake his hand right now, I believe in him. And so now, yeah, I would say, in my opinion, it's a case of, yeah, the world in itself, the very existence of us. We're going back into now the quantum and how a universe came into existence. So you're coming into the theory of, hey, we have zero black screen. Now we have a black screen with stars in it. Over light years and light years and light years of years, things happen. Pluto happens. We have the Saturn. We have Earth. You're then going along the theory of that you have now these single cell organisms, because now this is important part. Are they one and the same? Are you now more or less, if coming from an atheist perspective, how do you describe your existence? What are you aligning with? Most of the time, it's going to be sort of like that evolutionary stuff.
Okay, dude, I gotta hold up there, because I've literally you're I think, I don't know, speak for myself, about to put me to sleep. Are you making an argument for a specific God that you believe in, or are you just like asking atheists like what they ground everything in?
Well, what I was leading to is that in terms of like defining that stuff, I'm coming from a place of a power, which
why?
Which colloquially would be God.
Okay, great. What evidence is leading you to accept that position?
Yeah, so then I'm saying, so then in terms of like something more tangible, like the voice in the prayer, etc. Yeah, that I'm basing my own perspective from now, basically reality. So now,
so you said a voice in a prayer, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, from the previous people who have spoken.
Well, I'm not worried about him. But talk about your position.
Yeah, so he wants to hear the prayer that's more tangible, and
Right.
I'm saying for myself, it's like obviously now coming into how we have an ecosystem, the oxygen, a human being, the heart working, that everything we have now. So basically, just the world in itself, the creation.
Does the existence of the world logically entail that there's a God or even a higher power?
Okay, so now we go into that, and now what you just said. So now, in terms of sort of like a quantum universe, going from the zero, the black, into
it's a yes or Kaz. It's a yes or no question. Does the existence of our world logically entail that a God exists?
Yes.
No, it does not. The answer is no.
Well, obviously, this is
why. Yes. Why do you think yes?
Yeah, exactly. So this is now the point. So for whichever way you want to cut it, whichever way you want to slice it, the Big Bang, etc., etc. So going from like the black darkness to a universe to everything we have, you have to have, I would say, in my opinion, some kind of intelligence, some kind of design is happening there, some kind of conscious. Some kind of conscious effort, because from that instance, so for example, this is why I was saying, so you're having, for example, the darkness with stars now going light years, you obviously have single cell organisms, etc., beyond Earth, and now you're having that, and everything, then the atmosphere, etc., all of this happens over time, of course, but now all of that to be to have that end result, to have the material, to have.
Can I interrupt you to ask you two questions? The first is, Okay.
Say that seems like he's arguing that there are property changes, that in order to get a property change, like you can't just start with hydrogen and then get plants or something. You need some intervention to organize the property change.
Yeah, in order to bake a cake, you need to have the ingredients. So even at that very basis, there has to be some type of intellectual thinking going on. You have to have the right universe materials.
But emergent properties are a thing, right? You can start with hydrogen and oxygen, and they can bond and then create water, and that's a new thing that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
So you can start with just quantum field and build particles build stars build oxygen builds planets.
Yeah. So that's
you take one ant, and the ant in and of itself really can't do anything, but you put a colony of ants together and you get the emergent property of what appears to be intelligence, because they can function together and perform tasks and accomplish goals.
Yeah, that's interesting. But in these sort of, let's call them inanimate objects, so just like particles in like he's saying, this is the point I'm trying to make, because I see that as more or less the fundamentals of the where we should be having the discussion at the point of that initial kind of like spurt of energy into the world, into existence.
See, but do you mean the Big Bang? Do you mean the world forming, or do you mean life forming? Because those are all like...
This is what I'm referring to more. I would say you would call it the Big Bang. So I'm saying if we take it back to the real basis of everything, that's why I'm saying if we exclude the religion aspects, etc., to a later point, and you get to now the fundamental, how the quantum field and everything had like the necessary ingredients to produce things. The fact that it happened or when it happened or whatever is non sequitur. Is more so the fact that now everything that led to that, you can see from where.
But you think a consciousness caused the Big Bang?
So that what I'm saying is the consciousness, there would be some thought in the process of that would be the Big Bang, if you want to call it that colloquially, is a derivative of something. That's a derivative of a thought. That's an action of something. That's whatever.
Well, I would say it's an expansion event, because you can't have space.
He means it comes from something. So it's
and he's trying to say it's a person.
Yeah, well, it's all guided. That it's all guided.
But my question would be why. In fact, my original two questions was going to be, what do you think consciousness is? And then I'm gonna lead it back to a god, if you'd like to bring it right back. Is what is God's conscious? Because it seems like we're using two different definitions.
I'm just curious how he determined that it's impossible that it could be just natural processes without a mind guiding it.
That too.
Well, this is the thing. In terms of the natural processes, for example, for those to be in the very existence, or for those to be in such a way where what happened is my point. So for example, like I was trying to paint the picture of darkness now with stars, and you can imagine the momentum. So imagine that expanding over the light years. So you've had what I'm saying is, for that initial sort of action, whatever you want to define it as, you've had everything necessarily to have us sitting here discussing things now. So all of that, and then you can go into complexity, etc., is again derivatives of this fundamental, the fact that you have something with everything leading into all of it.
Why did God design the world this way instead of making the gravitational constant +1 or -1, right? He has some nature that he decided to make it this one, not a universe of just black holes or a universe of just puppies.
Well, so sorry, go on.
Something has determined God's nature that he wanted this universe and not the other universe. Maybe there could be infinitely many types of gods, and each type of God could want a different kind of universe. So all the different ways the universe could be, there's a type of God who could want that universe, in which case, why is the God that exists who designed his nature to want this universe and not one of the different ones?
Doing this one and not one of the different ones. I don't know. I feel like it's sort of me. It would be just me speculating on something, but it's kind of, I would say, I don't know, it sounds more like, does one believe in like a one god or multiple, or...
Oh, just to clarify, so what I'm asking here is that when we look at the universe, there's a million ways the constants could be, right? And there's You're saying that in order for them to be this way, they're this particular set, something must
Yeah.
have dialed them in to be this particular set.
Yeah.
But equally, there are equally as many ways God could be as there are ways the universe could be. Because for each kind of universe, there could be a God who would want that one and not this one.
So
there's a
I
one-to-one correlation between types of universes and types of gods. And so if this universe is finely tuned to be this combination,
Mhm.
the God must be finely tuned like this universe as opposed to a different universe.
I mean, but then you're accepting the existence. Would you agree in that statement? You're accepting.
what?
Would you agree that you will be? It sounds as if you are accepting the existence in that statement you
God?
just made. Yeah.
Oh no. So the point here is that the same problem that you're describing, which is a problem that there's a whole bunch of different possible universes. We're in a very little narrow range. And so something must have picked one option out of the infinitely many options. That same problem applies to God. There are infinitely many ways God could be. And there seems to be only one option of God that was chosen, which is one who would like our universe. And so the same problem you're describing would apply to God himself as it does to the universe. Because there's a large spectrum of possible universes, large spectrum of possible gods, and there's only one of them. And it picked this universe, just like there's only one of our kind of universe. So the same problem applies to both.
I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it's kind of to me, it's sort of like an extrapolation on what I'm saying in the sense where it's yeah, we don't even know that very instance of what it comes like. It's like, for example, the zooming out of a guy playing chess, the zooming out of a guy controlling him playing chess, etc., etc. Russian dolls idea. Would you sort of agree? It's that sort of sense where who is even that god, and how did that even come into being, which then somehow makes this spurt of energy into this existence, and then who even created that one? You could go on and on. Am I correct in that sort of analogy?
Well, not exactly, because I don't think your argument isn't the problem in the first place. But if you think that because there's a large spectrum of ways the universe could be, and this is a problem that needs an answer, well, then God also has the same problem. There are a large number of ways God could be. He's only one of those ways. And so he has the same problem that you need to answer. Why is God this one way instead of the way that he'd want to design a universe of only puppies or something, or a universe of only black holes, or a universe of only hydrogen atoms? So there's equally as many variations of God as there are variations of the universe. I think that the fact that there's a large number of variations, but it's only this one, needs an explanation. And that same fact about God would also need an explanation. And so there are two solutions here. One is you do the infinite regression of the dolls thing, like you mentioned, or you can just say it's a part of God's nature. God's nature is just this way. But if you say that, you could just say the same thing about the universe. The universe is just this way. And so it doesn't need a designer, just like you would say God doesn't need a designer if his nature is just that way.
Okay, well, I think so then it's a case of now the very nature of what we're talking about has the design aspects of it, has the sort of intelligent creation aspect behind it, creativity, and the very essence of to even derive a life form or whatever it may be. But so then it's a case of like do you now do you now just accept that it's kind of this energy, or it's like it's not secluded to, or it's not a one type of thing or whatever? Because obviously it would be the Russian doll, which I don't know. It's of course not necessarily explainable unless you just say it's just it would come to an end. It would be one religions. I assume.
Yeah, so I think there's one thing. I don't think there's a Russian doll. I think there's just a quantum field, and that's the fundamental nature of reality.
Yeah,
So no Russian doll.
yeah. So I assume as well there would have to be a standard. There would have to be a finality to it, and yeah. So then that would be more or less the true God, the ultimate God, the Super Saiyan, and then yeah.
Super Saiyan.
So I would happily sort of align with
Oh,
believing.
Goku.
I would
But
happily align
my
with
quantum
believing
field There's no mind,
Yeah.
so it's not conscious. It's just
No, but now it's very existence in itself. It's very
Right.
the black going into stars and quantum field and that whole physics, the whole structure mechanics of that in itself. It has creativity, which obviously leads to some type of conscious intelligence or something like that, intangible aspect. And so even that and how it functions and how we've obviously over centuries somehow figured it out or somehow have an explanation in the textbook. Obviously that someone originally created it and truly obviously into the understanding of it for then to lead into to do whatever it may be, which obviously religions now try and explain, for example. So that's my point, the actuality of black going into something that, and then for me, you have derivatives of everything with the energy, with the sort of on a molecular sort of beyond scale, having sort of that charge or some type of energy can't be destroyed, and then you would just go into the derivative. So now it's a case of, do I believe that very just inert boom momentum blast of energy on your screen, that is something that's caused that? There has to be something, and then obviously it goes into light years, molecular bacteria, but all the ingredients were there, all the universe, everything was in there in that initial, and then you can go into but then he only started controlling it from this point, he did it from this point, it was this way and that way. Is obviously stupid men trying to interpret the world and something beyond their minds. And so that's something more I'm akin to aligning with. And then obviously derivatives, what I would lead on to is that in terms of believing that, and then we go into a big bang, because now the evolution comes into it, and then how that's being portrayed and things and how all of that align. You go into just, a logical, rational type of way of looking at things, perspective of just the information you have now at your disposal. There seems to be just more leaning to one side. There's always been cultures looking up whatever way, and all of that. Again,
What is leaning? What's leaning that way? Because I don't see anything leaning towards the mind thing other than our biases.
Well, this is what I was gonna say. Like in terms of like the bias aspects, the kind of interpretation aspects of a sun god, for example, that's not the discussion, because you have to come from that original point, the foundation of that initial click of the finger into stuff that is now, hey, something has to have done something. There has to have been something there. So
I think in the past,
you first have to get past that point. Yeah.
In the past, we used to anthropomorphize lightning. And so we said Thor makes lightning. And I think right now we go, hey, universes. Yahweh creates universes. I think it's the exact same thing.
Well, this is exactly my point. So we're never going to really be able to describe it, but it's a case of that. Do I, in my mind, logically, rationally sort of see that kind of instance of just things coming into being for that quantum thing with the
Kaz. I'm sorry, dude. I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
Everything that you've just posited, all of this, how is this not an argument from incredulity?
Well, it's a case of, first we have to establish that would be, in my idea, that's the basis. Is there going to be some reason for all of these everything else?
Okay, so
functions like
how would you determine there's a reason for anything?
That's going to be, I mean, it depends. I guess a philosopher might interpret it, and it's going to be the perspective of the person, etc., etc.
So it's subjective.
Yeah, or you're going to have to say, this is where I'm going to say that, in a sense, it comes with the information I have at my disposal throughout the history, etc. It just looks to me like there's everyone is
okay. So is it possible? Is it possible for all of this to be the result of natural process with no mind guiding it?
Yeah, but mind, I mean, I'm saying that there would just be, someone had to give the right ingredients for the cake.
No. All of it is natural. No, all of it is natural process. No someone, no mind, no agential action. It just occurs naturally. And that all of this, life, planets, stars, all of it, is just an emergent property of the universe. No agential reasoning or planning behind it or direction. Is that possible?
Of course, I'm not arrogant to say it's not possible.
Okay, so why is it not possible? Because otherwise, it's just an argument from incredulity.
It would be, I guess, from the science and the understanding as a human. Now it's a case of the fact that we have, for example, life being on Earth and the things that we have, how we have no sort of reoccurrences of any kind of observed a man-made sort of man or earthly, I should say, level. There's not any repeatable earthly like representation of something which is
okay. It was dude. Collect your thought, because all of that you said nothing.
I'm trying. What I'm trying to say, I guess, and more simply, is that we haven't discovered a life on other planets. We don't have any sort of evidence of any
right. Okay, but the mathematics of the universe pretty much guarantee that we're not alone in this universe. But they also pretty much guarantee that we will never ever encounter them. I mean, that's just the mathematics of the universe. That's just the size of it. So that's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant. I asked you, how do you know that it is impossible that all of this came about by natural process with no agential guidance?
Also, we found the basic building blocks for organic life on comets and asteroids.
Yeah,
so
life is, like I said, my statement is that life is an emergent property of the universe. The elements that combine us are plentiful throughout the universe. All it takes is the right conditions for them to take place. Now, that could be taking place on a planet that is literally so far away from us in its own little system in another galaxy or maybe another system on the other side of the Milky Way. Okay, or somewhere. We don't know. No, we haven't found it yet, but it doesn't mean that it is impossible. It does not logically entail that it's not there. So I'm asking you, how do you know that it is impossible that all of this came about by natural process with no guidance whatsoever?
I would base it upon the very mechanics of those properties in themselves. Their existence is the proof of some type of complex thinking, where you have
the existence of what?
The existence of
something. Can I ask you a quick question?
Oh, Peter, let him finish. Let him finish. The existence of what specifically?
Something which has enabled them to provide them with the properties that they have in their function. All these gases, for example, these atoms, whatever it may be. So their properties in themselves.
Matter is a form of energy.
Yes.
There's always energy. There's always energy there. The energy just converts. So matter is just energy.
Yeah. So what?
Okay. So atoms are matter, energy, and atoms compose things, and things build up from there. Stars, planets, human beings, all life, everything. It's literally all just energy.
It's all just energy. So now that initial energy is what I'm saying. That even the concept of energy. So that has to have been from complex design. You cannot have such a thing like that. Which is, of course, if you think to yourself now rationally.
So there's an argument from incredulity, is what it is.
It's fundamental to the world we live in.
No, it is, but it does not logically entail that there's an agential mind behind anything.
Wait, so
you're literally filling a gap. You're saying, I don't know where this comes from, and it seems so very, very complex. How could it have come about by any means other than someone put it there?
But Kaz, that's why I also wanted to go to my two questions. And I get the first one sounds really complex. How could we even answer it? What is consciousness to us? Because then I want to show very differently why a God's consciousness really is a plot device. I mean, maybe I'm just giving it away.
What device did you say?
But yes, because I'll give you the example. Why you said complex thinking? Just why would an animal, a human, why would complex thinking be useful?
An animal or human?
And how about an animal? Why do you think we are able to complexly think? Do you think it has a use out there on the plains? Or I feel like I'm leading the answer, but...
Okay, it's going to be interact with the world around them, I guess, would you say?
Yeah, exactly. And so... we could talk about that forever. So let's just translate that instead. Why is God conscious? Why is it a mind? I don't get why it. What does it get out of complex thinking? Why does it have complex thinking?
Why does it have? I mean,
yeah, we could have talked about for hours about what we get out of complex thinking.
Yeah. So I don't know. What are we going?
It just seems like this someone exists so we can exist, and it's almost like it's just it's a Deus Ex Machina. It exists so the plot can go forward. Why did Why did the universe get created? There's probably a someone there. We all create things, and there was a universe, and so maybe someone made the universe.
Yes.
Maybe I can help. So, Kaz, do you think that the God is still creating, or has creation stopped? It's still creating.
I personally haven't thought of the question. I mean, what comes to mind, you might even say, for example, if a new species is discovered, or if you say it's eternally creating, I suppose there's a more religiously spiritual way of looking at it. In itself is just creation.
But if a new species is discovered, it doesn't mean that it's newly created.
Yeah, so I'm saying. So what I'm saying.
That's why I'm asking. Is God still creating to this day? Is God still creating universes, for instance, somewhere else, or still creating completely new things, not new animals, but completely new things that we see in this universe?
But this is what I'm saying. One can interpret the question as what he has done initially is eternally creating. If more universes were, what has she done?
I can't help myself. Don't mind me.
No, has eternally.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. This is a simple yes or no question, Kaz. This is a simple yes or no question. This is to help out Amy with her question. So, is God still creating? Yes or no? And if so, can you give an example of a brand new creation?
Of a brand new creation. Because I don't know if you want a yes or no, I have to more so in the honest sense fall upon. I haven't thought about the question, but because, like I said, you have to define whether the initial creation is creating in itself, isn't it? If a computer
Still waiting for the yes or the no.
Okay, no comment.
Well, how about this, Kaz? Hypothetical.
If
another species, no, hypothetical. I'm piggybacking Peter. Hypothetical. We encounter another species that comes to our planet, is more technologically advanced, and that's been around a lot longer.
Did
God create them first?
Question. I wanted to go back to Amy's question.
Yeah.
If God is no longer creating, then what does his intelligence and his intelligent thinking? What does it bring God if there's nothing to do anymore? Because he seems to be silent, not doing anything anymore. Why is this intelligence wasted?
That's a very good question. Very good question, Amy. But it's just unfortunate that unless you want to define if the creating is still creating. If I make a robot that makes its own robot, I didn't create that little robot, or did I? Because I created the initial robot.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah, it's like I can't answer if you don't define it.
Well, my main point is still
the question was if this God has consciousness. For us, consciousness brings us something in life. We benefit from our consciousness. If there is a God who's not interacting with the universe, not interacting with the world at all, as far as we can see, as far as we can detect, what is the benefit of this God having a consciousness if he's somewhere out there completely on his own?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a case of man's interpretation, woman's interpretation on the matter. But at the same time, like an interpretation of all these things, is he not in some way doing things? Again, it's intangible. So it's very difficult. So it would be a case of probably just its existence. And then I would probably say to you that different faiths would suggest different things. Different faiths will suggest that he's directly choosing when the rain falls. Or I would more align with, the science says this is why the rain falls, but he created the initial, etc.
That would be a guessing. That would be a guessing game, wouldn't it?
That would be a guessing game. Oh wait, what exactly? Sorry.
Because you can't check God whether or not you're right. You can't ask God whether or not you're right, because you're never going to get that definitive answer.
So yeah, so she wants to, or she wants to know whether that you have a situation of, okay, he's done his job. Now, what is the point of him? So if we can't see, so that's what I'm saying.
No,
if we don't have that tangible evidence of his,
that was that. And Amy, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that was Amy's question.
His conscious.
You're saying that consciousness is something really special, and Amy pointed out it is something. It's an emergent property of certain animals, among which are the humans, and we evolved our consciousness because it's beneficial to us in our lives. But if there is a God who also has a consciousness, what is the benefit for this God to be conscious?
That's more my question is because
was that?
Yes, because
was
it
your
would
question,
be like
Amy?
because it could be that Thor actually does make lightning. That there's actually a god that makes lightning, and then there's a natural way that makes lightning, and so you'd have a supernatural and a natural, or a non-natural, whatever you want to call it. And so, I find the God concept is highly unmotivated to exist, because and this is what I tell to people who make the contingency argument, who they will claim that without a God we cannot exist. I make the exact opposite claim. I believe that because a consciousness needs a physical medium to exist, that we as humans created gods. They are our creations because that's kind of our thing. That's our niche to be in the animal kingdom, to be creators. That if humans were to go away, that so would our gods. That these concepts would go away, and that if the sun red gianted, even the texts themselves would burn, and there would be no more. And so these gods, their existence and us debating them, it's all because we have anthropomorphized the concept, and so we got to take people out of it.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but again, for me, this is the original point of the initial inception of everything, isn't it? So that everything that made everything is that. Do you first accept that or not? And everything else is just a derivative conversation.
The problem is nothing was made, and a bigger problem is that for most of the things that we see, we have very good explanations when it comes to how it got there. And so far, in the entire history of science, there's never been the conclusion God did it. We always found a purely natural way on how things got here, whether it's the universe, whether it's planets, whether it's galaxies, whether it's life.
Yeah, but
there's never been an explanation. The explanation has never been God did it.
Well, this is a discussion in itself, because obviously there's still that little 0.001% of you who, I mean, it's not been proven without a fact, etc., or whatever. It's not been worldwide consensus, I should say. So this is why this conversation
God is in is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as far as science progresses.
It's pretty much just deism at this point.
Well, I mean, so this is the point. So in terms of these derivatives of explanation in search for explanation for everything, this is why I'm coming from that initial that energy in its initial stage in itself, in your own understanding of it, seems to me like it's of such a significance That's the golden
the total energy count of our universe is 0. So what energy are you pointing to?
Okay, sorry. That sort of that initial everything that what started everything. So like if you're
which is 0, which is 0 energy.
So the inert gases, the atoms, the whatever, the real particle.
And the total count of that is 0 energy.
No, but I'm
0 matter, 0 energy.
But what I'm saying is, so then that initial kind of burst of
essentially what you're talking about is the expansion event that we call the Big Bang. Is that where the Big Bang is the origin of observability for our universe? It's not the initial starting point of everything. It is the initial starting point of observability.
So I'm talking beyond that, yeah. So before I was mentioning about.
So so you're saying that there was something there. And we are saying that there is no evidence to justify. You're saying that there was an agent there, and we're saying that there is no evidence to justify. Saying that there was something there, or believing there was something there.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that,
and the evidence that we do have points against an agent and in favor of a natural cause.
Well,
that's the evidence that we have so far. It's not conclusive yet, but that is what we have so far.
Well, so this
is points against a god.
This is the case of derivatives leading to the conclusion over time. And if we're coming from that quantum
this is
level,
not derivatives; it's evidence.
No, the quantum field perspective of it. I'm saying that there would have been some type of thing. Some type of whatever you want, like intelligence, some type.
Kaz, that's why I asked.
Whatever.
How is it impossible? Because you said it was impossible for all of this to come about by random natural process. You said that was impossible, and I asked you, how do you know that it's impossible?
Because I'm saying,
and you didn't provide anything. All you provided was just like an argument from incredulity. You don't see how it can be otherwise.
We don't know.
No, at the level of the sort of time period of intervention, etc. Let's say from this this god, that's separate from in itself those existing. So say, I don't know, if we paint the picture of the dot of the atom, whatever you want to say it is, the inert gas or whatever in space, if that's not floating along, that's creation in itself, the properties it holds and everything. So it can now float in space freely, let's say, without intervention, lead into everything that's gone in now that we live in today. But obviously that in itself, and it was from some kind of idea of, this is a property which when it does this, it will do this. Because you can say it's a consequence of the right timing, the right whatever period and whatever situation with atmosphere for all of these things to happen. But the point is,
it's the laws of physics that exist in this particular universe. It could be entirely different in other universes. Correct. It most likely was different.
So I gotta jump in. We're limited on time, and it's pretty much boiled down to an argument from incredulity. It cannot be demonstrated that it wasn't a particular way, that it wasn't, it can't be demonstrated that it is totally possible that it was completely non-identially guided, that we are an emergent property of a system that is completely that is a complete random occurrence. There is no evidence to support it.
How did those come into existence? That's
quantum fluctuations. That's it.
No, but how did that come into existence?
The quantum fluctuations are random and they occur naturally.
But with their properties in themselves, that has some complex design. You even understanding to yourself what they are.
But so to understand your question, Kaz, how does God? What made God?
Yeah, exactly. That's when you go into the Russian doll scenario, perhaps.
Yeah,
or just the finality of something. But the point is, maybe in that itself, what I'm saying in terms of, let's say, the quantum level, it's one thing to accept it or to deny it. But now I'm extrapolating, obviously, what I can observe today, and let's say the complexity.
Okay, but Kaz, going back to the previous conversations that we've had up here, it can either be an infinite, or it could either be the quantum field, and we are a result of a natural process. Random fluctuations within the quantum field result in universes, and we are one of those universes. That's it. No agential mind behind it. No driving force creation. You're saying not random. You're saying there's a mind behind it. Okay, that the God itself thought everything into existence, and that thing has always existed forever. We're just replacing that with the quantum field, and we know the quantum fields exist. That the quantum field exists. So, but you don't know that your God exists, and you can't demonstrate it exists. But we can demonstrate the quantum field exists. So, why would we accept the God? Why would we accept the God over the quantum field?
This is what I'm saying. So then it goes into a case of if that's the sort of the two yes or no's I have, for example, now in terms of the observable universe, the human being and what it has, etc. That's where you have a religious who doesn't explain all of this side of it. They'll just go straight and my hands and everything right in front of me is evidence of God. The plants outside are evidence. But now if you just link it back to that, so now it's a case of now the way the ecosystem, the way everything is structured, the way that in terms of the universe observable, then you go in terms of these people throughout history, for some reason everyone has an inclination to look to some higher power, no matter what they called it throughout history or something like this. And then you have explanations for even inter people, aliens coming down, etc. Everyone's looking for.
All of these arguments are fallacious, every single one of them.
Oh, yeah, but so the point is that now that's coming and encompassing the original part.
Doesn't matter. 1,000 fallacious arguments. 1,000 fallacious arguments are not evidence.
Because the inverse is that's what I'm trying to say. The inverse kind of theory or idea, like the atheist approach to that. That if you take that as that's more or less in conjunction, everything encompassed together is kind of substantial, I believe. Now you go to the inverse, which is that more of like that. That's what I'm saying. Evolutionary. This is like just these quantum field. Then everything. Then the gases, everything interconnected, etc., random led to random things, etc. It makes sense.
So what's wrong? No, but Kaz, what's wrong with that, dude? Man, you've got to get to the point. You've got to get to the point, Kaz. What is wrong with that?
Hold on, my friend. Like I'm getting to the point now. So
no, dude, your fucking lack of inflection is driving me up the goddamn wall. I've got to be honest about it, dude. Like legit.
So now when you go on that side, it's a lot of like sort of assumptions of randomness and a lot of these perfect event scenarios occurring. This happened at the right time. This led to this, which led to this, which. So now, in terms of taking that all the way down to today, that in the inverse, saying that there's more of a design in place and things like that, and then all the arguments that go with that. It seems in a rational mind to me. This design seems more logical.
So it feels that way to you. It's an appeal to emotion predicated off of an argument from incredulity. Great. Let's move on from this, please, because we've already been down this road 3 times. It's an argument from incredulity, and you feel it appear a certain way, but there's no evidence to support this conclusion, which we've already stated a number of times.
All right, Kaz, we've got about 3 minutes left, and we need to get Otangelo up because Peter has a question for him, but you've got 30 seconds to finish up.
I was just going to say, because I try to appeal to the sense of I want something tangible. And so now in that case, I was in my point, I'm trying to give you that kind of understanding of how you can have that in the very...
I have it without a God.
But this is what I'm saying. That in terms of comparing the two opinions, like as someone who's non-biased, objective, looking at the two options you have, that's what I'm saying. In terms of these things appeared, the molecules, the atoms, whatever the fuck they were, the gases, they then moved in certain ways. This random event happened. Then a random event happened again, etc. Now I have a human being, and now I have an elephant and a banana in the same, same planet, etc. Perfect ecosystem, and etc. So that's why I'm saying that if someone presents that to me, it seems like a weaker argument than there was some idea of this is oxygen level.
Kaz, I'm sorry. You just literally said it seems that way. Does that mean that it is? No, but Kaz, does that mean it is?
Does that mean it is? There's only going to be one fact, of course, isn't it?
It's a yes or no question, Kaz. You said it seems that way, but does that mean it is? Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, but remember, we're talking about the existence of God. So it's very like, in its nature, yes, it's...
Kaz, it's a yes or no question.
Just because it appears a certain way, does it mean that it is that way?
Of course not, no.
Thank you.
That was it.
Yeah, no, this is the point. Of course, it's a point of God. It's not if the table is set in front of me. So now, in terms of understanding,
it's off the table. It's off the table until you have decent evidence.
Yeah, thank you.
It is off the table.
We have arrived.
You're understanding your existence. So now, that's why you have to come to an understanding of
God is. Hold on, Kaz. We need to wrap up. God is off the table until you can present evidence of God. Until then, God isn't possible, isn't plausible.
That's the point.
Isn't
Okay.
even an option.
Then how about this? How about this,
You have
Kaz?
to bring something.
No, because we don't have the time to. I don't have the time to present it. But Peter's right. It's off the table.
This is what I'm saying. It's what is the point? What is evidence? Apart from the slap in the face saying "I am God," and then it goes back through your ceiling.
That would be pretty handy if that were the evidence, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course, I agree.
I would even take that.
I would take that. That'd be wow.
What if I say to you that cooking a homemade meal is better than eating some
all right, guys?
shitty fast food convenience?
Kaz, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're out of time now. So there's going to be another AMA coming up after our stage here, and we were trying to speed it up a little bit. So we do have to go ahead and call this here. But thank you, everybody, for showing up. Politics server is awesome. As always, make sure to join discord.gg/politics is how I think that works. And I'm losing my voice, so Randolph, do you mind finishing up there, please?
Yeah, sure. So I think we had an interesting show. Very sorry for the abrupt ending there, but I guess that went on a while. But what I would like to do is give everybody an opportunity to just give some final thoughts and reflections on the show today. And I think Peter's got something burning to put out, so we'll let him put out his own fire here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was hoping to get one other guest up for one single question. No, it's not necessary. It was more of a joke. So I can ask the question because the answer is going to be no. Otangelo, a dear friend of mine and of all of the people here on stage, because he's a mod on several channels, has asked me if you please can say his name. His name is Titan Uranus. That was my question. So, well, if I need to go first, it's always a pleasure being here. These conversations are a lot of fun, and so I'm hoping to have a follow-up with Potto. Potto did agree to have a further conversation, so if people want to check that out, they can go over to my channel, youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. We'll hash out a day and time, and then we'll see whether or not I can be present, or if we have a completely different conversation, because I would be fine with that as well. Again, thank you, Taco, for putting all of this together. It's so much fun to do. So and those hours just fly past. It's one of my favorite things to be on the stage here. So, and thanks obviously everyone for listening in. Thank you for the guests for coming on, and see you in, as Randolph would say, a fortnight.
Thank you very much, Peter. T-Jump, did you have anything you wanted to cover before we ended here? No final thoughts, no perspectives to share? Okay. JL Warren, go for it.
Thank you so much. This is always a pleasure to be up on these stages. I know it gets a little heated every once in a while. There's a strong, personalities up here, but that's what makes it fun. So I appreciate everybody coming up. Peter, Amy, Randolph, T-Jump, Taco, and of course, Taco for putting it all together, and Jeff Spatchcock, who was here earlier. Thank you to everybody in the live chat who was listening in, everybody down on the stage. Sorry we couldn't get to everybody. It was a blast. But yeah, look forward to doing the next one. Sometimes, apologize about that previous, just, oh man, that was just like ants crawling up my spine. But yeah, we'll see what happens the next one.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Amy Newman, did you have some thoughts on any of the conversation that happened today that you'd like to share or clarify on, or share some perspective on?
Sure. I don't think that any of us became more convinced of a God today, but I appreciate all the people, the theists that came on to talk with us. I do think that we are looking for the best arguments. I appreciate someone that, they could bring up many, but I think that we're looking for the one specifically that convinces them, because I think that tends to be the one that if it's strong enough to convince you, hopefully it convinces others. I don't think God is a conscious being, or let me put it this way. I don't think this conscious being exists. They could. It could be that there's evidence that we haven't come across, and so we'll come across it that one day and we'll change our mind. Until that time, all of the empirical evidence actually seems to be that critical thinking, consciousness, these words that we use, are part of the physical process, part of being a biological machine. And so I just want to thank everyone. I do lots of fun comedy and skeptic over at my youtube.com/Amy Newman channel. But there are also like 3 different fantastic content non-believer creators up here I know are streaming, and I hope all of their chats are having a lovely time, and I hope they like and subscribe. And I want to thank the politics server again for letting Taco and Randolph host such a fantastic episode.
Well, thank you, Amy. That's very well said. I noticed that there were, I did make a note earlier about the syllogisms, and I'd just like to reiterate that so people who are listening may look into this and not have forgotten about it. Usually what we like to see is some kind of an argument. If it's something like a premise, that would be great. The syllogism is basically 2 or more premises put together, and so it just kind of groups them together as a single argument. If you're wanting to present multiple arguments, that's fine, but we, of course, keep in mind we have limited time, so we want to try to keep the argument pretty straightforward. And again, the risk with a syllogism is that over just a single premise is that any one of the premises, if it's problematic, the whole syllogism is out the window and it fails. So you've got more dependencies when you have a syllogism. Now, this doesn't mean syllogisms are bad. They're actually quite good. If you can put together a syllogism with a whole bunch of valid premises, then you've succeeded in with a more complex argument, one that's more sophisticated and covers more ground. That's always a good thing as well. That's worthy of respect, and it's a great thing to aim for. So we're definitely not trying to discourage it, but just keep in mind that you want to make sure that your premises are going to be they're going to work out well for you and be able to support your whole syllogism. Now, with the just mentioned that the Canadian Atheists, we had an event on August the 27th, 2022. That's a Saturday in Burnaby Central Park in British Columbia, Canada. That's in the Greater Vancouver area. 12 people and a dog showed up, and we ended up having a very nice community gathering, and we're looking at doing these on the last Saturday of every month. Now, these are real in-person events. So we've been wanting to do this for a couple of years, but it hasn't been happening because of the pandemic. We held off on it because we didn't want to contribute to the spread of the virus of COVID-19. But now we're able to start proceeding with these. And after the first event started with a group of this size, and people indicating they want more of these. We're looking forward to arranging more of these in the future. And if anybody is interested in our events in particular, you can take a look at www.canadianatheists.ca, and there's an events section there that lists these. And we'll be posting a schedule up very soon for the future events as we're narrowing down where we're going to host them. So everybody, of course, is welcome to come to those. But of course, there's geographic limitations, obviously, and we are interested, just like Peter, we are interested in helping and encouraging people to start other such in-person events in your own countries for the atheism demographic. And yes, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so Tom isn't here anymore, so I'm going to ask the question for Tom, and because I'm interested in it as well. So if we want to attend, are traveling expenses going to be coming forward?
These are free events. So in this event, we had mostly local people. 2 people came from the U.S. And one from very southern states, the other one from the northern states. I won't say exactly where because we're on the air here, but it's like I say, everybody's welcome. And my understanding is one of them decided to go on the weekend of the 27th so that they could come to this event. It seems that there's a lot of people who are interested in this because the churches and mosques and other religious institutions have been doing this for thousands of years and had great success with it, and they have a sense of community. So with the atheism demographic, we're seeing more of a sense of community is quite strongly desired. So that's why we're trying to host these and help develop this, because I think it's a really good thing. And our conversations were nice. We didn't really do any. There was, I think, about 2 minutes of somebody bashing a religion, and that was it. The rest of it was all other topics, and it was just a very nice, organic kind of get-together. So again, we're looking forward to doing more of these. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in and being a part of this. We're really, really happy and appreciative of everybody taking an interest in these topics. We're also very appreciative of the Politics Discord Guild for hosting this for us and bringing us this wonderful audience, this wonderfully diverse audience of people with varying views on things. This is also available on YouTube, on my YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's RANDOLF Richardson. You can find a playlist on my channel that has an archive of all of these shows, episodes. So they show the live text chats that people are in, and at the moment I see JL Warren has just posted his YouTube channel as well. He's also posting these videos of these conversations along with his commentary, which is very insightful, and you can find him at youtube.com/JL Warren. The links for all of this are available in the YouTube video that I host, and I don't know if JL Warren's doing the same thing. I hope he is. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Really greatly appreciate it. Your time is important and valuable to us, and as are your opinions. And although we couldn't get to everybody today, we look forward to doing that next fortnight. That's 2 weeks from now on the same day and time. We will be posting that shortly as soon as we get the channel art together. Thank you very much.
Oh, and one more thing, Amy, you closed up really, really fast, so there you go.
Woohoo! Thanks, y'all.